Hello, everyone. A very good morning and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep. Welcome to the last session on international relations. So, today we have a few last topics remaining. We will cover all these topics comprehensively and ensure we'll wrap up the syllabus today. So, yesterday we were discussing India Russia relations. We were at the end of the chapter. There was one last topic I wanted to cover as far as the Russia Ukraine war is concerned. Let's finish this topic and then we'll start with the Europe region. This topic deals with the Black Sea Grain Initiative. The Black Sea Grain Initiative. As I was mentioning yesterday, the Russia Ukraine war disrupted food supplies around the world and commodity prices. They shot up, causing inflation, which had an impact on food security as well. Because Russia and Ukraine are major agricultural countries. They are major producers of wheat, soybean, corn, sunflower seed and sunflower oil, and many other agricultural products. So both the countries they export a lot, and many developing, underdeveloped countries, poor countries are dependent on the food supplies that come from countries such as Russia and Ukraine. So as soon as the war broke out, the shipment of the food grains through the Black Sea was disrupted. The food shipments was completely disrupted through the Black Sea because most of the exports of Ukraine they take place from Ukrainian ports such as the Odessa port over here, Yuzhny port over here, and Kornomorsk port over here. These are major ports of Ukraine which have been crucial for food exports from Ukraine. So as the war broke out, as Russia attacked Ukraine from the Crimean Peninsula over here, this whole shipping channel was disrupted, thus affecting food shipments and even the shipment of other essential commodities. Because Russia, Ukraine also produce, they also produce a lot of engineering equipment, spare parts, etc. So this caused a supply chain disruption again after the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic had already disrupted global supply chains, which were dominated by China. Now, within a short time, the Russia-Ukraine war caused another disruption in the supply chains, and especially the disruption of food shipments led to increase in food prices. Food prices went up as a result of the shortage, which directly contributed to a threat to food security in many countries. Many poor African countries, which were dependent, and several developing nations, they all were disrupted and affected by this crisis. So, in order to ensure that at least food shipments are carried on, the United Nations intervened. The UN stepped in with Turkey or Turkey to strike a deal with Ukraine and Russia. So these four partners, they worked out the Black Sea Grain Initiative to ensure that the war does not disrupt the shipment of essential items like food commodities. Understood? The UN brokered a deal with the mediation of Turkey because Turkey is important here as it controls the shipping channels. It controls two important straits, the Bosphorus Strait over here that connects the Black Sea. This is the Black Sea. It is connected with the Sea of Marmara through a narrow shipping channel that passes via Istanbul. Then Sea of Marmara is connected to the Aegean Sea through the Dardanelles Straits over here. This further connects with the Mediterranean Sea. So for food exports to move from these Ukrainian ports, from Odessa, Yuzhny, and Kornomorsk, to cross Bosphorus and Dardanelles Strait and reach Aegean and Mediterranean Sea, Turkey is very, very important. Turkey plays a crucial role in ensuring that the shipping channel is safe and active. So, with the mediation of Turkey, this deal was worked out called the Black Sea Grain Initiative, where a joint coordination center was established at Istanbul. A UN led joint coordination center was established, which would be monitored, administered by Turkey. Because according to the Montreal Convention, according to the Montreal Convention, it is Turkey which has control over the Turkish straits. These two straits are also called the Turkish straits. Please remember the names of such locations as it can be very important for your prelims. So Dardanelles and Bosphorus straits, the Turkish straits, are under the full control of Turkey as per the Montreal Convention. So this joint coordination center was set up so it could work the shipping channels by working with Ukraine and Russia. Russia promised to allow the shipments to not target these ports. Russia committed that it will not carry out attacks against these Ukrainian ports and it will not target the ships that are passing through which are carrying food grains. So these shipments were allowed to pass through and it helped in addressing the food crisis that was gripping the world. So that is why the Black Sea Grain Initiative is so important. It helped in stabilizing food prices and guaranteed food security to many developing poor countries and even other underdeveloped countries. Even India was a beneficiary of the deal because when the war broke out, the increase in food prices, commodity prices hit the Indian economy as well. Even India has a lot of exports from Ukraine and Russia, right? So along with India, many other countries received the food shipments because of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. But recently, Russia has quit the Black Sea Grain Initiative. That is where the concern lies. This initiative has to be reviewed and renewed every few months. In the last year as well, Russia had threatened to quit. But just a few months ago, Russia has walked out of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. Russia said it will not renew it for another term. So right now, UN and Turkey are working proactively to convince Russia that this deal is very important. They're trying to put pressure on Russia to ensure it follows the terms of the deal and renews the deal for few more months. All right, so that is why the topic was in news. And especially from a prelims point of view, the topic becomes very, very important. So with this, we complete our discussion on Russia and India relations along with the Russia-Ukraine conflict. This is, of course, a developing story. You need to constantly track what developments will occur in the coming days. Right? We have discussed until now all the key points until now, but going forward, you need to keep track of this very, very important topic. All right. So now let us start with the next chapter where we will take a brief look at the other important regions of the world. We'll take a look at Europe, we'll look at Africa and Latin America and understand India's interests and priorities in these regions as well. Even from here, questions can come, but the regions are not so important as compared to the other regions we have studied. So we will first broadly understand the priorities we have across these continents. We'll try to see what kind of relations we are pursuing and if there are any important initiatives or groupings with which we are working in this region. So it will be a very broad discussion on Europe, Africa, and Latin America. Let us start with the Europe region and focus on an important grouping, a regional grouping, which is the EU or the European Union. The EU is one of the most formidable regional groupings in the world. It's one of the most successful regional initiatives in the world. And India has very close ties with European Union. And there are many areas of cooperation, several issues as well in the relationship. So we need to look at what is European Union. What kind of ties do we have with the European Union? So let us start with the structure and functions of EU. Let's understand what does the EU do? What exactly is this organization? Based on that, it will become easier to talk about India EU relations. After that, I'll pick a couple of countries as well, like France and UK, etc. We'll take a quick look at the brief ties that we have with these European countries as well. So, just like any other regional grouping, like ASEAN, then BIMSTEC or SARC, similarly, the EU is also a regional organization. It represents the Europe region, obviously, and it brings together 27 European states together to form a very close political and economic union. It is one of the most successful political economic unions in the world because the EU has transformed the face of Europe. Now, see, Europe was a continent which was ravaged by wars and conflict in the early part of 20th century. Right? The world wars, the First and Second World War, that consumed Europe entirely, causing massive devastation and destruction. Right? Millions of people were killed, infrastructure was completely destroyed, economic development was completely compromised. And European countries were arch rivals of each other. Like, for example, UK and France. They were in constant conflict with Germany for decades together. There were intense rivalries across Europe, from Italy to Germany to Austria, all the way till Belgium, UK, and France. Right? All these countries were in constant conflict for several decades. So, from this war ravaged region where development was completely destroyed to a continent which has become the most developed today in the world, right? Europe has seen a massive transformation. Today, most of the countries in Europe are advanced economies. They are highly developed countries. They have achieved very high human development index, meaning they have solved the basic problems of socio-economic development, from education to healthcare to basic infrastructure, right? These countries have solved their basic economic challenges, and no wonder they have become the most advanced economies in the world today. They provide a very high standard of living. There is complete peace and stability in Europe. If you exclude the Ukrainian war, right, Europe has been extremely stable for the last many decades. Now, how come such a region could witness this kind of transformation, right? So, if you look at this, if you try to find an answer for that question, you will notice that the European Union has played a critical role in these efforts. After the Second World War, the West European countries, they tried coming together to form such groupings. They realized that by working together, by pooling their resources together, and by coordinating with each other, they could achieve more. They could drive economic development. They could provide for the reconstruction and welfare of the war ravaged continent. So some of the West European countries, they came together to form a coal and steel community. Back in 1950s, they established a European coal and steel community in West Europe so that they could work together in the iron and coal industry. Because European countries, they do have iron and coal resources, and steel was indeed a major commodity that they were producing since the days of the Industrial Revolution. So they tried to revive the coal and steel industry by forming this European coal and steel community. So this success, the success of this model, it showed them that regional cooperation can succeed. Regional cooperation can drive economic opportunities, which will benefit all the participants. And it will also help in curbing rivalries and tensions. In fact, one best way to prevent wars and conflicts is to promote economic growth. The moment the economic activities are too high between two countries, they can never go to war with each other unless they're ready to destroy their economy, right? Unless they have such dependencies on each other, and unless and until they have a strong economic trading relationship, countries are more, more easier to get into wars and conflicts. So this will act as a natural buffer. A strong economic partnership will act as a natural buffer against any wars, tensions, and rivalries. So, following the success of the European coal and steel community, they established the European Economic Community. The European Economic Community was formed in 1957 by signing the Treaty of Rome. This is what laid the foundation for the European Union. All right, this is the predecessor organization of the EU. The EU was set up much later. European Union in its current form was established actually in 1992 after the Cold War came to an end. All right. So prior to European Union, the predecessor organization for Europe was the European Economic Community. It was established through the Treaty of Rome that provided for free movement of goods, services, capital, and it tried to create a common single internal market. Essentially, the focus was on abolishing border controls, relaxing the immigration norms. These were the priorities for this regional group. So through the European Economic Community, West European countries, they focused on creating an internal market, a single internal market. All right. So this initiative saw a lot of success throughout 1960s, 70s, and 80s, and it completely transformed the Europe region. They went on to sign the Schengen Agreement. The Schengen Agreement, signed in 1985, created the Schengen area or the Schengen zone, where these countries would completely remove all border controls between them. They actually erased the boundaries. It's as good as that. People could freely move from one Schengen country to another without a visa, right? Goods, services, and even capital and investments could move from country to country without any hurdles, without any checks, without any restrictions. So they synchronized their policies. Their laws and policies and regulations were synchronized with each other, allowing for the abolition of these border controls under the Schengen zone. All the hard border controls were completely eliminated. They created soft borders. They basically established open borders. They established open borders to facilitate free movement, and they completely eliminated the tariffs. So they basically solved both the problems related to trade, both the barriers to trade, tariff based and non tariff barriers, both were tackled through these initiatives. They provided duty free access, right? Even if duties were imposed, it would be very minimal. There would be no checks or no imposition of heavy taxes, and they would facilitate the easy movement, the free movement of people that would help students, professionals, tourists, businessmen to easily travel from one country to another, which started driving economic growth and development. On the other hand, goods, services, and capital were allowed to flow freely between the member countries. So this initiative saw a remarkable success, and this is what laid the foundation for European Union to be established in 1992. The European Economic Community was a big success. So after the Cold War came to an end, the Cold War ended and Europe started reuniting. The Iron Curtain, which we saw yesterday between West and East Europe, got lifted, right, as the Soviet Union collapsed and disintegrated. So as communism was defeated, we saw the reunification of Germany in 1989. The Berlin Wall was torn down, right, and Germany reunified. Across Central and Eastern Europe, communism vanished and most countries turned towards democracy. So now, since the map of Europe was changing, the geopolitics of Europe was changing, there was a need for a new organization which could focus on the new realities of Europe. So that is why in 1992, the Maastricht Treaty was signed. the Maastricht Treaty, which replaced the Treaty of Rome. The older Treaty of Rome was replaced with the Maastricht Treaty, and European Economic Community was replaced by European Union. That is how the EU came into being. And since its establishment, it has constantly expanded its membership. It has focused towards the eastward expansion to include all the former Soviet allies and Soviet republics like Poland, Romania, Hungary, right? All these countries in Central Eastern Europe, they were all under Soviet influence, communist countries before. So all these countries were added into this group, into the EU, as Western influence started growing across Central and Eastern Europe. Even the Baltic and Balkan countries were slowly added. And today, there are 27 member countries in the grouping. Is that clear? So, most of the countries of Europe are part of this organization called the EU, the European Union. Today, it is governed by the Lisbon Treaty, which has replaced the Maastricht Treaty. It is governed by the Lisbon Treaty. It was brought out in 2007, the Lisbon Treaty, to replace the Maastricht Treaty. And it provides for the governance, the constitution of European Union. So they have successfully created an internal single market, abolished border controls, completely relaxed visa immigration norms, and provided for the free movement of people, goods, services, and capital. To achieve this, they have to adopt common laws and policies. Each country can't work in its own direction. They have to synchronize, they have to work together. They have to keep a common mindset, a common set of goals and vision, and work accordingly to drive the overall development and growth of the Europe region. So these members of EU, right, they coordinate with each other, and in a way they give up part of their sovereignty, national sovereignty. They can't blindly pass the laws they want. They can't adopt their own policies independently. They need to remain in sync with other countries, other members, and take all decisions collectively through the European Union. That is when the group will succeed. So these countries have, in a way, given up part of their sovereignty, where they come together to frame common laws and policies for the region, for regulating trade, for deciding the taxation, right? For providing regulations regarding the movement of people, goods, etc. All these policies, laws, and regulations are decided, and they create a common framework for all the member countries. Even other policies like monetary policy, for example, they have a common currency. They've adopted the euro as a common currency, thus forming the eurozone. 20 members out of 27 have accepted euro as their currency, meaning they've given up their national currency. They've given up their control over monetary policy. Is that clear? They've adopted a common monetary policy by adopting euro as their common currency, thus making it a monetary union as well. So 20 out of 27 members, 20 countries have accepted euro, and the latest country to accept euro and join the Schengen zone was Croatia. Croatia was a member of EU, but it was not part of Schengen zone and eurozone. At the start of this year, in January 2023, Croatia became the latest member to join the Schengen zone and the eurozone. It has adopted euro as its currency and abolished all border controls by being a part of the Schengen agreement. Understood? So as I told you, the countries here have seen tremendous growth and development. Majority of them have a very high human development index. Their HDI is very high, which makes them one of the most advanced region in the world, right? In terms of standard of living, economic growth, welfare, education and healthcare, infrastructure, all these basic challenges related to governance and administration have been sorted by these countries. That's why Europe is so stable, right? The region has not witnessed any tensions, conflicts, rivalries as such. until the recent Russia-Ukraine war, right? Of course, Russia-Ukraine war is in a way connected to the expansion of EU, right? But the conflict happening is in the Eurasia region, in the Eastern Europe region. So still the EU is a very successful organization as far as its core objectives are concerned. That's the reason why it was awarded with the Nobel Peace Prize in 2012. The Nobel Peace Committee recognized the role of EU in transforming Europe from a war-ravaged continent with intense rivalries and tensions between each country to a very stable continent which is one of the most developed and the most stable and peaceful. This is a remarkable transformation in hardly few decades. So the credit goes to the European Union for bringing peace and stability to Europe. That is why it was even awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. So this is the importance of the organization. If you have to engage with Europe closely, you have to deal with the group, the European Union. Apart from building close bilateral relations with each individual country, you need to focus on the grouping itself, because their trade policy, their foreign policy, and all the other laws and regulations, they're all brought out by the European Union, right? So if you don't engage with a group, you can't have good ties with European countries. So accordingly, India has pursued a very close partnership, not just with each individual country, but primarily with the regional grouping. India is very, very close to the European Union. Now, let me show you the structure of the organization. From prelims point of view, the structure can also be important. Let's look at the key organs of the EU, what is their role and function. And based on that, we will quickly cover India's ties with European Union. If you look at the structure and the roles and functions of these organs, we have the European Council, which is the highest decision-making body of the organization. The European Council, it's like a policy-making body. It sets the overall broad agenda. It sets the vision, the goals, gives direction to the functioning of the organization, and it's the most powerful organ of the EU. It includes all the prime ministers, presidents of the member countries. There is a separate president who is nominated here to the European Commission, and a separate president is elected to the European Council. All right. The European Council, being the highest policy making, decision making body, it consists of all the head of states, head of governments, the prime ministers, presidents, etc. So they will elect a president of the European Council. A president of the European Council. So this body becomes the most powerful policy making, decision making body, the highest level body. It sets the overall agenda for the entire organization, identifies the goals and targets and vision, and even nominates a president for the European Commission. The Commission is like the executive. The European Commission is the secretariat which implements the decisions and the policies of the Council. All right. So European Council is like your Union Cabinet. If you want a comparison with Indian polity, right? European Council is like the Union Cabinet. It's the highest policy making, decision making body that sets the overall agenda. Is that clear? Then there are two law making bodies. There are two legislative bodies, your European Parliament and the Council of European Union. These are the two law making bodies, two legislatures. Just like we have Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha, there are two law making bodies here as well. European Parliament has direct elections where the citizens vote to elect their MPs to the European Parliament. All right, this is like your Lok Sabha where direct elections take place. Council of the EU is a council of European ministers. The ministers of all the governments, the key ministers, they come together to form the Council of the European Union. All right, so this is like your Rajya Sabha where It's more like a nomination. There's no direct election where citizens are electing them. These two lawmaking bodies, they enact the legislation. They enact all the laws. They control the budget. Is that clear? Once the European Council has set the policy agenda, identified the goals and the targets, these lawmaking bodies will accordingly enact the required laws. They bring out the regulations and policies and control the whole budget of the organization as well. So whatever laws, policies and regulations are brought out, they are finally implemented by your European Commission. The European Commission is like the executive arm of the government, right, which implements the decisions. It will assist the council, the parliament and the council in all the day-to-day activities. It will provide policy support, advisory support, and whatever decisions are taken, whatever laws are enacted, they are finally implemented by the European Commission. This is like the executive organ, the bureaucratic organ, which essentially proposes ideas, gives advice to the legislatures and the European Council. And whatever policies they adopt, laws they bring out, is finally enforced and implemented by the European Commission. Is that clear? This is how the European Union is structured. Apart from these four primary organs, you also have the European Central Bank, which brings out the monetary policy and regulates the euro. Just like we have a central bank like RBI, similarly, European region has the ECB, where the leadership is nominated by the European Council. The leaders of the countries, they nominate the leadership for the European Central Bank. So it regulates the euro and administers the monetary policy of the continent. Then there is a court of justice to settle disputes. Just like there is a Supreme Court, a judiciary, even here there is a court of justice of the EU to settle disputes between member countries and other organs. And there is a court of auditors as well to audit the budget. Is that clear? Just like we have a CAG, Comptroller Auditor General for India, there is a court of auditors for the European Union as well. So these are your primary organs. Is that clear? So kindly remember this. Remember the primary organs and the basic role and functions they perform and their composition. Is that clear? So to summarize, European Council is the highest policy making body consisting of all the prime ministers and presidents. They would elect a president of the European Council who would give leadership to this council. It sets the overall agenda, the broad goals and targets. Based on that, laws are brought out. Laws, policies and regulations are brought out by the two legislatures. European Parliament has direct elections where citizens are electing the MPs. Council of the EU brings all the European ministers together. So this acts as a lawmaking body, bringing out the laws, controlling the budget, notifying the policies and regulations. Now all these decisions are implemented by European Commission, which is the executive organ. All right. Then you have a central bank, a court of justice, and a court of auditors. So this is the structure, the role and functions and composition of the key organs of the EU. Now this can be very important for your prelims. UPSC can definitely ask a question on the structure and composition of the EU. Now, let's quickly go through what kind of ties India has with European Union. What are the focus areas? What initiatives do we have? Are there any issues that are present? That is something we'll evaluate one by one. We'll go in a step-by-step manner and we'll cover all the key sectors. First, let's look at trade and investment. The EU is a very, very important trading partner for India because we have one of the largest trading relationships with the European Union. If you treat the whole grouping as a country, for example, if you look at EU as a country, just for a second, it is one of the top 3 trading partners for India after US and China. We have studied in previous classes that the top 2 trading partners for India are US and China, right? The position keeps changing. Sometimes, some years China is at the top, some years US is at the top, but they are in the top 2 for sure. So the EU is usually in the top three, or at least in the top five, because the trade depends. Every year the volume keeps changing, right? But usually the EU is in the top three, and it's one of the major and the biggest trading partners for India. Even India is a major trading partner for the European Union, the 10th largest trading partner. So it means there are a lot of exports headed towards each other. For India, the EU is a major export market. It is crucial for our domestic industry, for our producers. For India's domestic producers, the European market is a very crucial market, be it for Indian farmers, for our agriculture sector, the MSME industry, right? They have a lot of dependency on Europe because a lot of goods, commodities we produce, they are headed towards the European market. So to facilitate further growth in their trade, bilateral trade, we are considering a free trade agreement. Since many years, India EU are negotiating a FTA known as BTIA, the Broad-Based Bilateral Trade and Investment Agreement. This negotiation actually started in 2007. It's been 16 years since the negotiation started, but there have been many challenges and hurdles which has delayed the free trade agreement. Even today, we don't have a free trade agreement. It's still not finalized because in 2013, we stopped the negotiations over the differences that had developed due to several issues and differences which could not be resolved. Right? The talks came to a halt in 2013. And recently, it has resumed. India EU, they took a relook at the proposed BTIA, which is basically a free trade agreement. They took a relook in 2021 and they agreed to restart the negotiations, which have begun from last year and they are ongoing. Now, that is why the topic becomes important. Is that clear? So, BTIA is a proposed FTA between India and EU. It has been delayed for many years due to differences that have not been resolved. For example, India has a concern about the hygiene, sanitary and phytosanitary standards that these countries are expecting. Remember, we had studied this under RCEP, India ASEAN FTA. I told you that we have some issues with these countries. Almost the same issues exist here as well, because all these are developed countries. When a developing country like India is trying to have a free trade agreement with developed nations, these challenges are bound to come up. When it comes to consumable items, agricultural products, food products, medicines and drugs, etc., developed nations expect very high quality standards. They want extreme hygiene standards to be followed in the industry, very high sanitary, phytosanitary standards to be maintained across these key industries. Now, for a developing nation like India, we can't enforce these high standards without imposing a cost on the industry. Our domestic industry will not be able to follow these high standards. It will increase their operational costs. It will push them into losses. They'll not be able to compete with the global players. All right. So that is why India will hesitate to impose these strict standards expected by developed nations. We try to protect our domestic market, our domestic producers. They even expect very strict labor codes, which are, very modern, progressive. But a developing nation like India will struggle to have such a labor code. We are reforming our labor laws, right? We are in the process of reforming the labor code as well, but it will not match up to the European standards. They will have their own environmental standards, which is extremely high, which can't be met by developing countries. They will have very strict enforcement of intellectual property rights. They'll provide for a very strict IPR regime, which can't be followed by a developing nation. If you strictly implement intellectual property rights, it could increase the cost of even basic medicines, life-saving medicines, right? We can't afford such medicines in a country like India, right? So this leads to differences between the two sides. The higher standards they expect in laws, policies, and regulations, even with regard to competition laws, dispute settlement, they expect Western standards, European standards to be followed. And developing nations like India cannot do that without affecting our domestic industry. So that is why there is a big difference between the two sides. On the other hand, India is worried that they are not relaxing the visa norms and the investment norms for India. See, India would definitely want easier visa immigration process, because every year thousands of Indian students, workers, they go to European countries to study and work. They face a big challenge in European countries. Getting a European visa is a headache, right? Not everyone will be eligible. Even after they manage to get a visa, study in these countries, they won't get a job. And many times they return back to India as their visa will not have validity beyond a certain period. They won't be able to find jobs as well in the European market. So this affects the well-being of Indian students, Indian professionals and workers. So we want more relaxations to be given, but European countries are worried if they relax the visa norms, there will be large-scale illegal migration from India. They're already facing this threat. Despite the strict regulations they have, they're already affected by illegal migration from India. Every year, thousands of Indians are illegally migrating into European countries. They take very risky routes. They take the help of human traffickers and middlemen, and they try to sneak into European countries for a better life, for a better standard of living, right? So this is placing a burden on on the European countries. That's why they don't provide easier visa norms for countries like India. So this becomes a challenge. So that is why we are signing mobility and migration agreements. You might have seen in newspaper in the last 1.5 years, we have signed many mobility migration agreements with European countries. It's not a coincidence. It's happening because of the ongoing FTA talks. We have signed mobility migration agreement with Austria, with Germany, with France. There is one separate one with UK, because UK is not part of EU. It has quit EU after Brexit, right? But with other European countries, we are signing mobility migration partnership agreement so that it can help in regulating the movement of professionals. It can create an easy route for genuine applicants like students, workers, etc. Whereas it can filter out illegal migrants and help the European countries tackle the problem of illegal migration. That's why mobility migration agreements are being signed. So right now the talks are going on. We need to wait and watch whether they'll be able to sign a FTA, right? So this is something you need to watch out for. We are accelerating the talks. We're trying to resolve all the differences we have. We'll see whether the BTIA will be signed eventually or not. All right. Next, we share very close defense and strategic ties with the European Union. The EU is a key partner in counterterrorism. We share intelligence with these countries. We even plan several military exercises. There's a possibility of joint operations as well to target terrorism, organized crime, and even money laundering. These are common security concerns for India and EU. We even hosted the No Money for Terror conference. Recently, India hosted the NMFT, the No Money for Terror conference, which was an initiative started out by France and other countries. Right? It's not related to EU, but what I'm saying is there are many European countries participating in NMFT. So India hosted the No Money for Terror conference to mainly target terror financing, to target terror activities, organized criminal activities, and money laundering, which enables terror financing. So such proactive efforts are taken by both India and EU in counterterrorism. Anti-piracy is a focus in the Indian Ocean, especially in the Horn of Africa near Gulf of Aden, where piracy is rampant. It's a major threat for both India and European countries. So both sides have deployed their navies here. Right? From Europe, you have the French, the Brits, the Italians, Germans. They all have a major military presence near Gulf of Aden along with Indian Navy. Right? We jointly take part in these anti-piracy operations. There is a EU task force. There is a naval task force of the European Union that takes part in these anti-piracy operations. So India collaborates with such operations. Today we have a common approach towards the Indo-Pacific, as China has become very aggressive. It is destabilizing the Indo-Pacific, disturbing the rules-based order. European countries are concerned. So India, EU, they completely align with their Indo-Pacific strategy, right? They even look at common steps they can take, the common initiatives they can start in the Indo-Pacific to stabilize the Indo-Pacific. Their focus is to ensure that a rules-based order will prevail in order to uphold international law. So here as well, we work together, we cooperate, we have a common position. But one place where we differ is the Russia-Ukraine conflict. A clear divide has come up between India and EU and European countries. We are on the opposite sides of the conflict. While India has indirectly sided with Russia, as we discussed yesterday, the EU and European countries have directly targeted Russia, and in many ways they're responsible along with US for triggering Russia, which provoked this conflict. Remember, yesterday we studied how the eastward expansion of EU and NATO and their efforts to include Ukraine as their member is what pushed Russia to attack Ukraine. So in many ways, Western countries are responsible as well. They added fuel to the fire. Of course, it's Russia which has committed the violation, but the trigger did come from European countries and the United States through their groupings, through EU and NATO. So you can't discount this fact. You can't ignore this fact. So they expect India to, follow their sanctions on Russia. They want India to join them and criticize Russia and vote against Russia. But India will never do that. So this becomes a source of friction between India and European countries. Is that clear? They also accuse India of being a laundromat. They've accused India of being a laundromat country, meaning we are taking Russian oil at cheaper rates, processing it and exporting it back to Europe. So in many ways, this is ironic and it's hysterical as well. It's quite funny as well. European countries have blocked out Russian oil by imposing sanctions. They cut off their oil dependency, gas dependency on Russia. Right? Germany, which was heavily dependent on Russian oil and gas, has cut off the supplies, imposed heavy sanctions on Russia, cut off Russia from the European banking and financial system. Despite all these efforts, they are still using Russian products in an indirect way, because India is procuring the cheap oil, processing it, and we are re-exporting those petrochemical products back to European market, and they are purchasing it at a higher price. So that's why I told you it's quite ironic and hysterical, right? So that's why they blame India for laundering Russian oil. They're saying that India is a laundromat. India is laundering Russian oil, taking Russian dirty oil and cleaning it up and exporting it back to these countries. So there is a difference which has come up definitely as far as the Ukraine conflict is concerned, but it is unlikely to disrupt the relationship. The relations are so important right now for both the sides. It's unlikely that one issue is going to affect the broader relationship. Then another important area of collaboration is science and technology. There is extensive collaboration between Indian and European institutions and agencies, be it critical emerging technologies, space technology, even particle physics. In many areas of science and technology, there is very close collaboration between the two sides. If you look at space collaboration, India's ISRO works closely with European Space Agency and other European space companies and institutions like Arianespace and many others. We work closely with each individual country as well, and along with the European Space Agency and even private space organizations of Europe. All right, in many missions, we have collaborated together. For example, in the Chandrayaan series, from Chandrayaan 1 to Chandrayaan 3, there is a role of European Space Agency. It has helped in some payloads. It has helped in tracking the spacecraft, right? We help out each other in satellite launches as well. For example, ISRO offers PSLV launches, which are very cheap and reliable, to the smaller satellites, the nano micro satellites of European countries. These small nano satellites or even micro and pico satellites, which are very small in size, they're mainly used for research. They're mainly developed by universities for research purposes. Now, if they try to launch these small satellites from Europe or US, the cost will be very, very high. It will be very expensive. So they prefer to launch it from India. They tie up with ISRO, right, for a commercial launch. And ISRO's workhorse, PSLV, which is a very reliable launch vehicle, launches it for European partners at a very cheap cost, at a fraction of that cost. Similarly, when we want to launch heavy satellites, because we lack heavy lift capability right now, right? Even though we have the GSLV rocket and the Mark III variant can lift heavier payloads, right? We are still working on it. So when it comes to extremely heavy satellites, which are often placed in, geosynchronous orbits, where the weight of the payload is like 4 tons, 5 tons and above, right? This is where PSLV can't lift such a payload. So we rely on European partners like Ariane Space and other companies to launch Indian satellites into orbit, heavier satellites of India into orbit. Even our navigational system, right? There is a link, there is a coordination between the two. Europe has the Galileo navigation system, just like the GPS of the United States. The Galileo is the navigation positioning system of European countries. Russia, China, they have their own versions of it. Russia has GLONASS, which is its version of GPS or global positioning system. China has its own variant. So India also has developed a regional navigation system, which is popularly called NAVIC or Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System. So there is coordination between the two sides. We share some data and information. We have shared technology with each other as well, right? Even in the upcoming Gaganyaan mission, there is close collaboration between India and Europe, right? So space sector is a major area of collaboration in science and tech. Then even in other fields of physics, like particle physics, at the CERN Large Hadron Super Collider, which is a particle physics experiment to detect the God particle, the Higgs boson particle, to study dark matter, dark energy. There is a massive facility along the borders of France and Switzerland. On the border of France and Switzerland, you have this massive scientific facility called CERN, or the Large Hadron Collider. And Indian institutions work with CERN, Indian Institute of Science, then Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, right? They all have collaboration here. They have invested in the project as well. And there are Indian scientists who collaborate with European scientists at the CERN project. Then you might have heard about ITER, which is working on nuclear fusion. See, currently, most of the nuclear energy that we generate, all of it is through nuclear fission, where the atom is split. Splitting an atom is easier. It's easier to control that process of fission, right? That is something we humans have mastered right now. But nuclear fusion, where atoms are fused together, is a reaction which is extremely difficult to control and master. This can generate tremendous amounts of energy, much, much higher than your nuclear fission. This is the reaction that takes place in your stars, including the sun, right? So countries are trying to work together to master nuclear fusion. This could be the answer for the energy problem of the world, right? So there is an experimental project going on in France again. There is a place called Cadarache. At this place, there is this nuclear reactor which has come up, the ITER project, the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. This is a collaborative project. Around 7 major powers have come together to fund this project on nuclear fusion. India is one of them. India, China, US, right? And major powers, even Japan and the European Union, they're all part of the ITR project. 7 major powers are backing, funding this initiative. So Indian scientists, Indian institutions, and even Indian companies are involved in the ITER project. Recently, the project has made some progress. There has been some success in initiating a nuclear fusion for a very fraction of a second, right? Which marks some progress in this effort. And if we can master this technology, you can almost solve the energy problem of the world, because the energy you can generate here would be almost seamless and infinite, right? So these are some major collaborative initiatives that we have. Recently, a trade technology council has been set up to promote scientific collaboration. To ensure that trade and technology are fused together, a India EU Trade and Technology Council was established this year. The first meeting has taken place, and they want to, commercialize the scientific technologies and ensure it boosts the trade between India and EU. We are actively collaborating in the field of critical emerging technologies, from AI to quantum computing. All the critical emerging technologies are a focus area. Even cybersecurity is a focus area. So there is very close working relationship between India and EU in the field of science and technology as well. You find the same in the field of climate change. The EU is very proactive and responsible when it comes to tackling climate change and global warming. So we have a clean energy and climate partnership where we are collaborating in the field of clean and renewable energy. Many European countries, they are leaders in solar and wind and hybrid fuels. So they are assisting India in developing and adopting cleaner forms of energy in order to tackle climate change and global warming. Is that clear? Countries like Denmark, then even Germany, right? Netherlands, Finland, many of them, they're all leaders in various clean and renewable forms of energy. So they are assisting India. We are working in the domain of electric vehicles and lithium batteries, right? As we are transitioning towards electrical mode of transportation, EVs are becoming the trend, the buzzword. So there is close collaboration here between Indian and European companies. Solar, wind energy, and even green hydrogen, they're all become they're all becoming the focal points of the energy relationship, the climate change partnership between India and EU. The European Union has set a target to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. Under the European Green Deal that was adopted a few years ago, the EU has pledged to achieve net zero by the middle of this century. All right. So it is striving towards bringing down emissions, increasing carbon sequestration, so that it can achieve net zero in terms of its emissions, meaning it will be absorbing as much carbon as much as it is emitting. So it is assisting India in adopting cleaner technologies, in transitioning towards a cleaner economy. So there is technology and finance involved in these efforts. All right. Do you know what is India's target for net zero? India also has set a target to achieve net zero emissions. Any idea what could be the target? Very good. It is 2070. As we are a developing nation, right, we don't share the same historical responsibility like European countries. European countries have more historical responsibility because they have been emitting emissions. They have been burning fossil fuels for almost 2 centuries right now. Right? Since Industrial Revolution, they are contributing for greenhouse gas emissions. But a country like India, right, we haven't contributed much historically. Today, we might be the largest polluter and largest emitter, but we can't be held accountable for historical emissions. So that is a position we have taken. We will never contribute as much as developed countries. We will contribute in our own way to account for the emissions we are producing. Right? Our per capita emissions are still one of the lowest in the world. So India keeps the right to relax its commitments. We give ourselves a more relaxed window to account for historical emissions and historical responsibilities. So there is close collaboration here between India and EU, especially in clean energy and in clean technologies. But one policy of EU, which was recently brought out, has raised concerns for India. It's called the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, the CBAM. Have you heard about it? It was in current affairs. It's frequently in news. India has raised concerns about the carbon border adjustment mechanism. Under this mechanism, the EU is imposing a carbon tax to target non-EU products which have contributed to emissions beyond a certain cap. See, within EU, there are very strict emission standards that apply for the companies and industries. All right? If a company or a factory is based in European Union region, they are strictly bound by the carbon laws of the EU. If they breach their emission cap, they have to pay a penalty, which is the carbon tax. They pay a penalty in the form of carbon tax if they breach the emission cap. So what European companies have done to reduce their cost, to avoid paying this tax, they have shifted the production to other countries and they are importing it from there. So for example, there might be a steel producer in European Union. So they will be facing difficulties with European emission laws and environmental regulation. So they will outsource the manufacturing to India. They'll tie up with a steel manufacturer in India, produce that here in India, then import it into Europe so that they can avoid paying the carbon tax. So the EU has noticed that producers are shifting the emissions, they're shifting the responsibility to non-EU jurisdictions. So to curb this practice and to also promote responsible development in other countries as well, in other jurisdictions, the EU is adopting this carbon tax where the product produced in a non-EU country, if it is breaching a certain emissions cap, carbon tax will be imposed on them as well. These imports will be taxed. A carbon tax will be levied, which will increase the cost of the commodity, thereby making it less competitive in the European market. It will become a disincentive for European importers, for European companies which are resorting to this practice. So because of this policy, India and other countries have a concern. Why? Because this could affect our exports. Now, since many European companies had started producing in India, then procuring it from India to Europe, it became a very lucrative market for India, right? There are millions of jobs dependent on it. Several industries in India are dependent on this trade route. Now, this carbon tax will become a new trade barrier. It could affect the outsourcing of certain economic activities to India. It could affect Indian exports, which may not meet the emission standards expected by the EU. So once the carbon tax is levied on these non-EU imports, the products will become expensive and no one will import those products from India. Is that clear? So that will directly hit our exports. It could hit our domestic industry. So that is why we have raised a concern about the carbon border adjustment mechanism. Even though it has a good intention to reduce emissions, right, and bring more responsibility in the industry, it does affect India's exports negatively. That is why we have raised a concern about this issue. Then finally, coming to visa immigration, as I was mentioning, thousands of students and workers go from India to European countries every year. There are millions of Indians. There is a very strong Indian diaspora across the European Union. Not just in the prominent countries like Germany, France, or UK and others, right? Of course, UK will be a separate discussion altogether. It's not a EU member. It's not a EU member. Remember that. But if you look at the other EU countries, be it Italy, right, then Austria, Belgium, Croatia, there are many, many countries today where Indians are in very large numbers. They constitute a big population of their students and worker population, right? So the visa immigration policies affect them, which are very strict. So this is where India wants some relaxations to be provided. Some relaxation for the genuine visa seekers. So that's why we are signing these mobility migration partnership agreements, so that it will make it easier. It will make it easier for students and workers, highly skilled workers can easily get visas. They can stay for a longer period. They can contribute to the economy there, right? On the other hand, it will make it difficult for illegal migrants. It will provide for better check on illegal migration to help the European countries. It will basically help in tracking migration and mobility of people, the movement of people. So that's why we are signing these mobility migration partnership agreements, right? So these are the various initiatives, the issues and concerns we have with India Europe relations. Now, I'll quickly take you through bilateral ties as well. Just a brief look, because see, usually UPSC will not ask a question on a individual country. If you look at Africa, Latin America, Europe, individual relations will not come as a question. It's highly unlikely. But it's always better to be on the safer side. And even from a prelims point of view, there are some important points related to our ties with France, UK, and others. So let's quickly take a look, and then we can close this topic. So France, as you know, is a major strategic partner for India, a critical partner. Recently, we have marked the 25th anniversary of our strategic partnership. From many decades, France has been a great support for India, especially at the United Nations. France has often sided with India, backed India on some key issues, including our nuclear tests. As we have studied in previous classes, it was France, along with Russia and Israel, which did not criticize India for testing nuclear weapons in 1998. It has become a major defense partner for India. It has been supplying key equipment, especially fighter jets and submarines. The Mirage fighter jet, which we have, right, which can even deliver nuclear weapons, right? It's been a primary fighter jet of the Indian Air Force, which we have used for many years. This is a French aircraft that we had procured. Now, the latest Rafale fighter jets, the most modern fighter jets that we have procured, which we have deployed against China and Pakistan, right, is also from France. The Salt Aviation of France produces the Rafale fighter jets. So these fighter jets have become the backbone of the Indian Air Force today. We have also procured the Scorpene submarines, the diesel electric submarines, under Project 75 of Indian Navy. Diesel electric submarines have been procured. The technology was transferred. All right, we just bought the technology, and these submarines have been built in India, and they've already been inducted as well under INS Kalvari class. Under INS Kalvari class, the 6 diesel electric submarines are joining the Indian Navy. Right? I think 5 are already inducted completely. The 6th one, I think, is undergoing trials. So we are looking at an extension of the deal. We are considering maybe a new order of more Scorpene diesel electric submarines to increase our submarine fleet. And maybe we might even consider few more Rafale fighter jets as well. So there is very, very close collaboration in the defense domain. Defense trade has picked up. In the Indo-Pacific, France has similar concerns, just like India. It is worried about China. It is worried about terrorism. It is worried about piracy and organized crime. If you remember, while discussing Indian Ocean, I had mentioned that France has many territories in the Indo-Pacific. From Indian Ocean to Pacific Ocean, there are many French foreign territories. So France is a major Indo-Pacific power. So India, France collaborate in this region. We are even part of groupings like IORA, Indian Ocean Commission, which we studied in the previous classes. We are part of these regional groupings as well, where we collaborate and work together. We have signed a logistics support agreement to provide military support to each other for refueling and resupplies. This basically increases the operational range of our armed forces. We collaborate with France, we conduct many military exercises together. The French armed forces can make use of Indian facilities and vice versa. That's why the logistics support agreement has been signed, and we have these military exercises going on. Exercise Shakti, Varuna, and Garuda between the three armed forces. We are also working on a joint Earth observation satellite called Trishna, which is a joint mission of ISRO and the CNES of France. The CNES is also helping ISRO in space medicine for the upcoming Gaganyaan mission. Is that clear? So in the space domain, there is very close collaboration with France. And we have also signed a civil nuclear deal where a French company is looking to set up a nuclear reactor at Jaitapur in Maharashtra. This is a proposed civil nuclear project which is pending for many years. So India France would like to take this forward as well. So we collaborate in civil nuclear domain along with space, defense, and other aspects of the relationship. We are focusing on improving trade as well. Recently, France has agreed to implement the UPI payment gateway for trade settlements and for payments. India's digital payment gateway is being implemented in France. Recently, PM Modi, he traveled to France a few months ago, and these initiatives were announced between India and France. Right? Our banking system is being tied together. The UPI payment interface and the digital public infrastructure on which it is based is being extended to France as well to interconnect our payment gateways. So this is a major relationship that we have in the Europe region. Other than France, another important country would be United Kingdom. The UK obviously shares a historical partnership, a strategic partnership. We do have the shared colonial history, but in modern times we do share close relations with United Kingdom. The UK quit the EU through Brexit in 2016. It has quit European Union because of differences that came up within the group. The UK believed it was always contributing more and getting very less in return. Because as I told you, when you join a grouping like EU, you will be compromising on your sovereignty. And UK was never comfortable with European Union. It believed it was contributing more and getting less in return. So it had become a big political issue in Britain to quit EU. There were many proponents, many political parties that supported Brexit, Britain's exit basically from EU. There were many others who opposed it as well. So this led to a referendum. A direct election was held in 2016 to let the people of Britain decide whether they want Britain to be a member of EU or not. Majority of them, 52% of them, voted for Brexit, meaning they wanted to quit EU. So following this, Britain has completed the process of the exit. By 2020, it had formally exited the European Union. It has fully quit the EU, and accordingly, trade arrangements have been worked out. Trade and immigration and border control arrangements have been worked out between EU and UK. Because previously the laws were different. Because if people, goods, capital were passing from UK to EU or from EU to UK, a different set of laws and policies were applying as UK was a member of the EU. But now, hard border controls will come up. It has already come up. So to account for these changes that will happen in travel, for trade, etc., a trade deal has been worked out. A separate deal has been worked out between the UK and EU that now regulates the relationship between the UK and the European Union. So Brexit was expected to have a big economic impact, especially on India, because it would potentially disrupt our trade with the European countries, especially UK. But fortunately, the impact was very minimal. Now, we deal separately with UK. We have very good economic trade relations with UK as well. And we do have a close defense strategic partnership along with that. We are pursuing a separate FTA with UK. Please make a note. Since we are talking about a FTA with EU, we are pursuing another separate FTA with United Kingdom. The talks are going on. We might finalize this very soon. We have procured military platforms from UK as well, such as the Jaguars and the Hawk, which are again fighter jets. Hawk is a trainer jet. It's an intermediate jet trainer, which we have procured to train the young pilots of Indian Air Force. Jaguar is an Anglo-French fighter jet developed jointly by Britain and France, and this is something we had procured many years ago. Even though it's outdated, it's a very old aircraft. It's still, it's still operational in the Indian Air Force. It's again nuclear capable. The Jaguar has a unique capability. It can fly very low. It's a deep penetration aircraft. It can fly very low, avoid radar detection, and penetrate deep into enemy airspace to launch precision strikes. It can even deliver nuclear warheads. So this is something which remains in our arsenal, which is of British origin. Previously, we had an aircraft carrier as well, which has been decommissioned right now. INS Virat was of British origin, which has been decommissioned right now. We have important military exercises, Ajaya Warrior, Konkan Shakti, and Indradhanush, between our armies, navy, and air force. Intelligence cooperation is very, very strong, with IB and DRAW collaborating with MI5 and MI6, which are the intelligence agencies of UK. Right? We have very close collaboration in our intelligence, with our intelligence gathering and sharing as well. We have even started a 2+2 dialogue recently, just few days back, just I think 5 to 6 days back. A 2+2 dialogue was initiated at the official level. It's not a ministerial dialogue, it's at the official level as of now. So officials from Foreign Ministry and Defense Ministry have met with the officials of the British Foreign Ministry and Defense Ministry. So going forward, we might elevate this to ministerial level, where the ministers will meet, foreign and defense ministers will meet. So right now, 2+2 dialogue at official level has been set up. The post-Brexit FTA talks are going on. And of course, the Indian diaspora remains the focus of the relationship. They constitute a significant percentage of Britain's population, right? There are several million Indians residing in UK, many students, many workers, several people of Indian origin, right, whose ancestors would have moved and settled. So there's a very strong cultural bond that exists here. And the diaspora is contributing to the relationship. Their Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, is of Indian origin and closely tied with India, right, because of his wife. So the Indian community indeed forms a close bond, contributes to Britain, and forms a direct link between the two countries. This cultural relationship is very, very significant. But one concern within the diaspora which has come up is the radicalization being seen within some sections of the Sikh community, as a result of which Khalistani activities have gone up in the UK. This has become a security concern. Is that clear? Recently, Khalistani extremists, they attacked the Indian High Commission at London. They brought down the Indian flag, attacked Indian diplomats as well. Right? And just few days ago, Indian High Commissioner was threatened and prevented from entering a Gurudwara in Scotland. So these are very serious developments. Several Khalistani outfits have found a base in UK, just like they have found a base in Canada and other countries as well. So this is where we need very close collaboration in the field of counterterrorism and intelligence gathering and intelligence operations. UK has promised all support to India as it's a close friend. Unlike Canada, it hasn't refused to cooperate. It has agreed to work with India, just like Australia and US. So India, UK are working closely to wipe out the Khalistan extremist movement, which has taken root within some sections of the Sikh community. There is a strong presence that we are noticing, especially on social media, right? You can see some of the young Sikh radicals organizing themselves, brainwashing themselves, and adding support to Khalistani activities. So tackling this in the initial stages is of great importance for both the countries. It's a security issue for UK as well, not just India. So India expects UK to cooperate and UK as of now is cooperating with India. All right. So that is why our ties with UK also becomes important. Other than this, our ties with Germany and Italy can also be seen as relevant in our foreign policy, but again, not too important from an examination point of view. Just know that we do have close relations with Germany and Italy. Italy, especially, has shown a lot of interest in the Indo Pacific. It wants to partner with India in the Indo Pacific strategy to counter China. Then, Italy has recently even said it might quit the Belt and Road Initiative. Italy was one of the only EU members, one of the only Western countries which had joined BRI. No Western country has joined Belt and Road Initiative, but Italy had done that. So this was a concern for the other members of EU and the United States as well. Now, after IMEC corridor was proposed, Italy is part of the IMEC corridor, correct? The India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. So after the proposal of this corridor, which is actually a G7 initiative as well, Italy is a G7 member. So now Italy has shown interest to quit Belt and Road Initiative. It may not participate with the Belt and Road Initiative with China. Italy also wants to focus on countering piracy and terrorism in the Indo-Pacific. That's why it is collaborating with India. Italian Prime Minister Meloni, right, has visited India, signed several deals with India as well. That brings India Italy into close collaboration in the Indo-Pacific. We have good ties with Germany as well, very close relations. We have close intelligence relationship. There is a close trading relationship as well. In the renewable sector, clean renewable energy sector, Germany is a leader, right? So there are close collaborations here. But apart from that, it won't be relevant for the exam. You won't get a separate question on this. Maybe if there is a broad question on EU and Europe, you can just mention in one line that we have very good ties with Germany and Italy as well. These are the four major powers of Europe. That's why. Then finally, the last point here, our ties with the Nordic countries have scaled up in the recent past. India has given a lot of focus and attention to the Nordic region, which is basically this region that you're seeing here. The term Nordic countries, it's a reference to these countries: Denmark, Norway, Finland, Sweden, and Iceland, along with the regions of Greenland, Åland, and Faroe Islands. This collectively forms your Nordic region. A part of it is also called the Scandinavian region, the Scandinavian peninsula, comprising of Denmark, Sweden, and Norway. But the larger geographical cultural region here is referred to as the Nordic region. So India has been cultivating close relations with the Nordic countries, and we have a separate summit with the Nordic countries. That's why I feel the topic is important for your prelims and your mains. We held the first India Nordic Summit at Stockholm in Sweden in 2018. We have followed this up last year with the second summit at Copenhagen in Denmark in 2022. So two India Nordic summits have been held, and it focuses on economic cooperation, clean energy, and as well as exploring the Arctic region. These are priorities of India Nordic Summit. Apart from economic ties, focus on clean energy and other aspects. One of the key drivers of India Nordic relationship is the Arctic cooperation between the two sides. I hope you know that India has a presence in the Arctic. Just like we have research stations in Antarctica, similarly, we have research facilities in the Arctic as well. At Svalbard Glacier, which is in Norway, India has a scientific facility present. India has multiple scientific stations at Svalbard through which we are conducting our own scientific research of the polar areas, right? So India is also becoming a major player in the Arctic. We have a dedicated Arctic policy in place. We have a dedicated Arctic policy that promotes our scientific efforts, research and exploration, climate and environmental issues, the overall governance and exploration of the Arctic, right, including the resource exploitation of the Arctic. All these are focus areas for India. We discussed yesterday how we are working with Russia as well, Japan and US to focus on the Arctic region. We are trying to, you know, counter the Chinese influence. We are trying to make sure that even we are a stakeholder in the future of the Arctic, because the northern shipping route, the northern sea route is opening up due to the melting of the ice caps, and it is becoming a trade route as well. And Arctic region is blessed with several precious resources. So there is a rush towards the Arctic right now. All the major powers are rushing to the Arctic to further exploit the region. They are even militarizing the region by deploying their navies. So India also wants to be a significant player. So we have a dedicated Arctic policy, and Nordic countries give a push to India's influence in the Arctic. They collaborate with India in Arctic research. They allow Indian research facilities to come up. So this is one of the prime drivers of our ties with the Nordic countries. All right. So we do have very good ties with all of them, with Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Norway. There are many other close partners. Even Austria is very close to India. Then Spain and Portugal, right? Even Belgium. All these countries are very close to us, but you don't have to study them separately. Not needed. So this should be more than sufficient. This broad discussion of Europe should be more than enough. All right. Now, please let me know if you have any questions, any doubts. I'll take a look at them, and then we'll proceed to take a look at Africa. Please let me know if you have any questions on what we have discussed. Afreen is asking, what is carbon tax? Carbon tax is an environmental tax, a tax levied on any dirty products, any products which are being produced, which is leading to a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. If any economic activity is contributing to greenhouse gas emissions beyond a certain limit, right, there will be a certain cap. Beyond that, if economic activity is contributing to emissions, it will be taxed, and that is called carbon tax. The idea is to create a disincentive to impose economic costs on polluters. So they are forced to adopt cleaner technology and most efficient and renewable technology. So that's called a carbon tax. Mega is asking, but there was a concern that even if they are out of the jurisdiction and not abided by the obligation, but still they are contributing to overall emissions. I think Mega is referring to the carbon border adjustment mechanism. That's what European Union is saying. According to EU, it will help drive better policies in other countries as well. But that is not for EU to decide. EU can't decide what will be India's emissions, right? Now, because of the carbon border adjustment mechanism, there will be economic pressure on Indian companies to reduce emissions. That is not fair, right? Indian government will decide how we will reduce emissions, not European Union. So through carbon border adjustment mechanism, the EU is indirectly enforcing emission norms on other countries, other jurisdictions. So on principle, it might seem good for the whole world, but as a diplomatic concern, right, this is a major issue. It directly violates our sovereignty. So that's why India is opposing it, because we fear the impact on Indian industry. Anjali is asking, can I say Bhutan is the first country to achieve net zero emissions? Yes, Bhutan has been carbon neutral from a long time, because we studied why. It has a very unique model of development. It does not believe in exploitative development. Rashida is asking, sir, EU also has border disputes like India? No, they have fully settled borders. They don't have any disputes with each other. Deepika is asking, wouldn't exploration of Arctic exaggerate the impact on climate and environment? Yes, you're absolutely right. That is a concern. But countries always look at economic interests and geopolitical interests. That's always in conflict with your environmental concerns. Kishan says, we removed security from British embassy, prevalence of racism in European countries, and declaring laundromat country can be a problem. Huh. If you're referring to what India did as a retaliation against the attack on the Indian High Commission, we scaled down the security at the British High Commission as well, because that is part of diplomacy. You always, provide for reciprocal relations. What you get is what you provide. So if you're not treated well, we'll provide the same treatment here to their diplomats. If they treat us well, protect our interests, we'll do the same as well. You're seeing that happening in India-Canada relations. Amala is asking, how does a country manage both EU law and country's own laws? That is the balance they have to strike. On certain areas, they would have agreed common laws and policies. So that can't be touched by the national laws. So national laws can't contradict the EU laws. They have to achieve that synchronization between their national domestic laws and the EU laws. Prince is asking, is there any border dispute between China and Russia? They do have a small border issue um, towards the Siberia region where China meets Russia. At that border, they do have a minor issue which has been there from a long time. But now, since both are friendly to each other, it has become a dormant issue. Elon is asking, can any country claim an independent area like Antarctica to their sovereignty? No. Antarctica has been declared as a global common, meaning it belongs to everyone. All right, there is the Antarctica Treaty. Kindly read about it. The Antarctica Treaty regulates and governs the Antarctic. No country can claim Antarctic. No country can ever claim sovereignty in the Antarctic region. It's declared as a global common. All right. Arctic Circle is different. Towards the Arctic, there are Arctic countries. They all have jurisdiction there. And they have formed this Arctic Council, which I was discussing yesterday, right, to govern the Arctic region. So the Arctic states, that is Canada, US, Russia, all your Nordic countries, they regulate what happens in the Arctic. All right. But Antarctica is a global common. It belongs to humanity, belongs to the whole world. No country can claim sovereignty over Antarctic. Kishan is asking, can European Union members be part of another economic bloc as Italy has joined BRI? Yeah, there's no restriction on them. If they want to join any other initiative, they're free to do so. Sanskar is asking, similar organization to EU is not possible in South Asia, but it is formed, it will reduce tensions and conflict. Yes, you're absolutely right, Sankar. If a EU like organization thrives in South Asia, it will help develop the region, resolve conflicts and tensions. But we studied SARC. That's why I explained SARC in detail. There I made a comparison with EU. The reason why South Asia has not seen a successful organization is because we have so many divides, right? There is backwardness, lack of development, constant tensions, political, economic instability, war and terrorism. That is what derails South Asia region. So SARC has been a failure in that regard. So this goes hand in hand. Once your economy develops, automatically your tensions, your disputes go down, right? They feed off each other. So India, South Asia and India, they definitely need a grouping like European Union for South Asia region. But SARC has largely failed due to Pakistan's deliberate intervention. What's the name of the aircraft carrier which India received from UK? INS Virat. It has been decommissioned. Don't worry about it. All right. So guys, these are the questions. Now let us take a short break. Let's take a 10 minutes break. Let's come back in 10 minutes. 7:36 right now. Come back by 7:46. All right. Let's look at Africa and Latin America. Again, very small topics. And then we'll look at the last miscellaneous topics. I have few small miscellaneous topics to cover at the end. Let's discuss that at the last. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the session. Now, let's look at two other important regions, Africa and Latin America. We'll start with Africa. We'll understand our priorities and interests in the Africa region. We'll also talk about India's approach towards Africa. We'll understand what policy initiatives we have taken towards the African continent. Now, if you look at the map, you're seeing not just the African continent, you're looking at all the countries present here as well, right? It's a very large continent. It has 50 plus countries, and historically, India has been very close to Africa, especially East and Southern Africa. East Africa over here, all the way from Eritrea, Djibouti, that is in the Horn of Africa region, right? This is your Horn of Africa region. From here, all the way till South Africa, covering the southern parts of Africa. This region has been historically very closely linked with India. Since centuries, Indian traders, merchants, they have worked with these regions. Is that clear? There are historical evidences to prove the cultural links, the civilizational links. For example, Gujarati traders, then other kingdoms from the west and east coast of India, they all had contacts and relations with this part of Africa. Even today, you will find those connections to be present. All right. Now, for example, if you look at Tanzania, I'll just give you one example to show the historical connect. You look at Tanzania here. Tanzania has a small island over here, very, very small island. This one. Does anyone know which island is it? It's very closely linked with India. This small Tanzanian island. It's a historically very, very important island as well. Does anyone know which island is it? No one? This is Zanzibar. Have you heard of it? Very good. Chaitanya has got it right. Zanzibar or Zanzibar. There is a very big history behind it, a very unfortunate, brutal history that connects India with Africa. Zanzibar was a slave market when the slave system was widely prevalent, where African slaves were being captured and then sold as commodities, right? This slave market in Zanzibar, right, was run by some of the warlords in Africa, the ethnic warlords. They would go around different tribes, capture people, especially men. They would forcefully bring them to Zanzibar to be sold in the slave market. Now, who would fund and operate this slave market at the global level? It was the colonial powers, especially Britain. Britain was the biggest consumer of the slave market, right? All British enterprises, right? Even the French, the Dutch, all the colonial powers, the European colonial powers, they bought African slaves. They treated them as inhuman. They treated them like commodities. They would buy and sell African slaves. It was powered by the Omani Sultanate, the Sultanate of Oman, which was very dominant across this region, was backing the slave trade with the colonial powers. That was the equation they had. All right, the colonial powers would buy the African slaves so they could find cheap labor to run their plantation crops, their factories, their colonies everywhere in the world. The Omani Sultanate would provide the political military support needed to run the slave market. And guess who financed the slave trade? Guess where the money mainly came from? Any guess? USA? No. I'm talking about 1700s, 1800s. UK, France. The money largely came from Gujarati financiers. The Gujarati traders and financiers who had a presence in Africa, they saw this as a lucrative investment option. They would fund the slave trade with Omani Sultanate and the colonial powers, and Africans paid the price for it. Right? This was one of the brutal human right violations in history, which has largely gone unacknowledged. So even today in Tanzania, in Zanzibar, you find a very big Gujarati community, strong Indian community, right? There are other aspects to this trade relationship as well, with Kenya, with South Africa, right? Indian traders, workers have always used East and Southern Africa as a trading point. There has been historical trade between the two sides. Now, if you look at Central Africa, Western and Northern Africa, the region is very diverse. Africa is blessed with resources. Even today, it has several untapped territories where you have precious resources present, from oil to uranium to gold and diamond, and even a few critical and rare minerals. All such resources can be found in Africa. It has always been a object of fascination for the outsiders. So Africa has been exploited by European powers, mainly the colonial powers, by the United States, the Western countries especially, right? They have exploited Africa historically. Now, there is a new competition here between India and China. China is currently the biggest investor across Africa. So, along with your traditional Western powers being influential, so UK, France, and USA, they are the most influential powers in Africa. All right. Apart from these countries, it is India, China, which are mainly in competition today in Africa. But as you know, the region remains backward. It is affected by very poor development. Human development has been completely compromised due to lack of stable democracies. There are many African countries where you have civil wars which are going on, like Democratic Republic of Congo, for example, the DRC, Sudan, Niger, Burkina Faso. There are many countries where conflicts, civil wars are taking place, and military coups are very, very common across African countries. In many countries, dictatorships exist. Is that clear? In the last 2 decades itself, Africa has seen at least 25 to 30 military coups, from Sudan to Mali, Niger, then Burkina Faso, right? In many, many countries, the military has often toppled the governments and taken over power. Even if there are stable regimes, right? Even if there is a civilian government, many leaders here are autocratic, dictatorial. So democracy, fundamental rights, human rights is largely non-existent across most African countries. And also, the region is affected by radicalism and terrorism. I've been mentioning this in previous classes as well. Across East Africa, like if you look at Somalia, there is a major terror group that operates here called Al Shabaab, which has controlled Somalia from 3 decades. It is Al Shabaab which sponsors the Somalian piracy. Is that clear? In Kenya, Tanzania, Mozambique, Al Qaeda and Islamic State have made a presence. Al Qaeda had carried out major attacks in Kenya and Tanzania back in 1999, where the US embassies were targeted. All right. Islamic State recently captured an entire city in Mozambique. An entire town was captured by ISIS terrorists, which had to be finally liberated after fighting a conflict with the terrorists. Then, throughout North and Western Africa, terrorism has become a major concern. In the Sahel region, this is the African Sahel approximately. This region here in the Sahara, Sub-Sahara region, right, towards Northern Africa, from the Atlantic to the Red Sea, this whole region is called the Sahel, the African Sahel. So here many countries are very badly affected by terrorism. Mali, Niger, Nigeria. In Nigeria, you have a notorious terror group called Boko Haram, which is operating for many years. It's aligned with Al Qaeda's ideology. So, like this, several countries are very badly affected. You know what happened in Sudan recently, how Indians were also trapped. We had to evacuate them through Operation Kaveri, right? So most countries face these challenges. They don't have stable governments, no democracy, no human rights, no fundamental rights, lack of any kind of progress, right? Even basics like education, healthcare, electricity, water is not available. But the lands are blessed with resources, tremendous wildlife and natural resources. So it has become a source of competition between major powers. Major powers have always tried to exploit Africa to their own advantage, right? So today, China is the new exploiter through its Belt and Road Initiative and through its massive investments. It has gained a lot of leverage in African countries. The Chinese military has access in Africa, right? It has built major ports in Mozambique, Kenya. It has built a military base in Djibouti. China has its military base here. In fact, many countries have a military base in Djibouti. Even US and Japan and even European countries like Italy, France, they have military bases in Djibouti as it faces the Bab el Mandeb Strait, which is a choke point. So China has its first foreign naval base here in Djibouti. It has made billions of dollars of investments across the region. It has funded roads, railway projects, power projects, industrial projects. So that is why China is extremely influential. It's mainly bought the influence by using its money power and military power. Now, this is where India has to compete and protect its interests. We do have major interests across Africa. Apart from the strong cultural, civilizational relations that we have, there is a strong Indian community as well across these countries. We need to look after their well being. The Indian diaspora has always contributed to the growth and development of Africa since several decades and centuries. Right? Indian laborers were transported by the British under the indentured labor system. That's why you find a strong Indian community in South Africa, even in Kenya, right? In Ethiopia, in Tanzania. In all these countries, you find a very strong Indian diaspora community. Most of them were transported here under the indentured labor system. So there is a need to build upon our cultural civilizational ties. There is a need to protect our diaspora as well, look after their safety and well-being because they're contributing to India. They're sending remittances to India. They're promoting our cultural soft power influence. So apart from these basic interests, even India has major economic and strategic interests. Even India has very important economic and strategic interests in the region. So of late, our diplomatic presence has grown. Initially, we mainly focused on East and South Africa. All right, that was the primary focus of Indian foreign policy, as these regions were historically closer to India. Apart from that, Egypt has always been close to us since the days of non-alignment. Right, Egypt has always been close to India because Egypt was one of the co-founders of non-aligned movement along with India. We generally didn't focus much on North, West, and Central Africa. These regions hadn't got much attention in the past. But in the last 20 years, in the last 2 decades, our African diplomacy has been stepped up. India's African diplomacy is very active. You may not hear much about it, you may not read about it, but trust me, India is paying a lot of attention to Africa in the last 20 years. Because our future is tied together, our destiny is tied together. In the coming years, to ensure availability of resources, to power India's growth, to ensure food security for both the sides, African countries are going to be very critical. All right, Indian companies today have big investments here. The Indian government has expanded its diplomatic presence. We have opened many new embassies in West Africa, in North Africa, and Central Africa as well. Right? So the trade relationship is improving. And believe it or not, our trade volume is touching $100 billion per year. India Africa trade is hitting $100 billion, and this is massive. Correct? We are procuring oil and gas from few countries, which is important for our energy security. We have signed a nuclear deal to procure uranium from Namibia. There are Indian companies working in the gold and diamond mines of Africa. There are Indian investments in these critical projects. India has started playing a role in infrastructure. Even we are involved in few road and rail projects and power projects. Understood? So collectively, the future of India Africa are tied together. Our destinies are tied together. We represent more than 2.3 to 2.5 billion people out of the total world population, and there are 3 million Indians across African countries. That is the strength of the Indian community here. It includes Indian citizens and as well as people of Indian origin. So in total, you have 3 million who form the Indian diaspora community. So it's natural for India to protect its interest and influence in Africa. Is that clear? The trade volume is consistently increasing over the years, and we are contributing to the stabilization and even the growth and development of Africa. I'll explain this, how India is contributing to the growth and development of Africa and how we are stabilizing Africa. Since many countries are going through civil wars, UN peacekeeping forces are deployed across many African countries. In countries like DRC, Gabon, Rwanda, right? In many countries have seen these, political upheavals, which has caused a lot of instability. To address these conflict situations, UN peacekeeping forces are frequently deployed across multiple African countries, wherever civil wars and conflicts are taking place. And India is one of the largest contributor of troops to UN peacekeeping forces. Thousands of Indian soldiers have served in Africa under the UN mission. All right. We have even deployed women officers in Liberia. An all women contingent was deployed by India. India became the first ever country to deploy a completely women force outfit in Liberia to deal with the civil war conditions. A police unit drawn from different police and paramilitary organizations in India, which was entirely made up of female officers, was deployed. So thousands of Indian soldiers have served in UN peacekeeping missions. Many have lost their lives as well. They have sacrificed their lives for the stabilization of Africa. So that is the tremendous role India has played, we continue to play, to bring stability to the region. We are directly contributing to the growth of Africa through our investments. We have given line of credits, basically concessional loans to several countries. Indian companies are major investors in Africa in the agriculture sector and food sector, automobiles, communication, etc. These are major sectors where Indian companies are involved. Even in the steel industry, in cement industry, and many more. Because see, Africa has so much land available. Indian agri companies, Indian food companies are interested. They have leased thousands of hectares of African land to grow crops. So this guarantees the food security of both the countries, of both the regions, India and Africa. So just like China is getting hold of farming land, agricultural land in Africa, China is almost, snatching it. Whereas India is building a mutually beneficial partnership. We believe in equal partnerships, not like China. We don't believe in one-sided relationships. Indian companies are encouraged to lease agricultural land to bring better technology, cultivation practices, to improve agricultural productivity so it can tackle the food security problems of both India and Africa. In automobile and communication sector, steel and cement and many other sectors, Indian companies are deeply invested. Even Indian IT companies, Even in the banking sector, there are Indian institutions playing a role. All right, you go to, let's say, Kenya or Tanzania, you will see uh, the automobiles produced by Indian companies, from Maruti to TVS to Bajaj, right? You'll find a big presence, be it two wheelers or even cars, trucks, goods carrying vehicles. So, India is a major player right now where we are enabling the economic transformation of Africa. Understood? So this marks the rising presence of India where we are in direct competition with China. But what really sets India apart is the mutual partnership that we offer, the equal partnership. We don't treat them as poor, backward countries. Is that clear? Rather, we stand with them, we help them, we face similar challenges as well. Even in the past, we promoted the decolonization of Africa. We stood with African countries after our independence to remove colonial presence from African countries. The then Nehru government had given direct support to many African countries in their liberation movement. Our intelligence agencies and Ministry of External Affairs were directly supporting the liberation movement in African nations. We directly supported the decolonization efforts and brought them a voice at the United Nations. India gave voice to African countries at the UN, pitching for complete decolonization of the continent to throw out Britain, France, and other colonies from the region. We took a stand against apartheid, the horrific apartheid practice in South Africa that had led to racial discrimination, abuse, and oppression of native Africans by the whites in South Africa, right, was a major human right violation where India took a firm stand and supported the African National Congress and Nelson Mandela to destroy this horrific practice. India was the one which gave leadership at the UN along with other African countries to give a voice to African National Congress at the UN and to fight and defeat apartheid in South Africa. Right? So that is a historical role we have played. So India-Africa relations become a top focus for us because of these South-South ties or South-South cooperation. Today, the global South is on the rise. That is, developing nations, underdeveloped countries, they are rising. India is giving leadership to the global South. For example, if you look at climate change negotiations, it is India which gave leadership through groupings like G77. G77 is a grouping of developing, underdeveloped countries, and India was the one which gave leadership to G77 at UN and climate change talks. We have recently organized the Voice of the Global South Summit. Before the G20 summit, as part of the G20 meetings, India organized the Voice of the Global South Summit, invited all the developing, underdeveloped countries, mainly from Africa, to collaborate with them and to work with them. So, India is driving the transformation, the development, the stabilization of global South countries. It was under this initiative that we successfully pushed for a membership for African Union. African Union was added as a new member to G20 as the 21st member because of India's efforts. It was India's ingenious idea to give a seat to African Union at G20 as Africa lacks representation. Have you ever thought such a large continent of such a large population, they don't even have a permanent seat at the UN? Right? Africa, Latin America, both have no representation at the UN. They have no permanent seat. So India was the one which pushed for a permanent seat for Africa, and African Union has been admitted as a new member of G20 because of India's efforts under our presidency. Is that clear? We work closely with African groupings. There are many regional groupings in Africa. Please take a look. Apart from African Union, where more than 50 countries come together, we not only work with this African Union, which represents the whole continent, we work with smaller regional groupings as well, like ECOWAS, COMESA, SADC, and EAC. India has good relations with these regional groupings. ECOWAS is an economic community for West African states in the West Africa region. COMESA is a community of Eastern and Southern African countries where they have formed the economic grouping. SADC is the Southern African Development Council. You can see the color shading, which clearly tells you which are the members of these groups. Then the Eastern African Community. We work with these regional groups along with each individual country to build the stronger economic developmental relations. So, apart from focusing on our economic ties and resources and investments, we also provide development assistance to these countries. India has directly assisted African nations in their socio-economic development. So, our goal is not just to improve our economic ties, not just to improve trade, not just to exploit resources. Of course, these are priorities. Apart from that, we are also directly helping them in their development. We are providing dedicated funds, technology, and expertise to help improve the socio-economic factors in Africa. So India is one of the most important development partners for African countries in that regard. That shows that India cares about Africa and its people. We don't simply look at transactional relations like China is doing. China is simply buying influence by using money and military power. It doesn't really care about equal partnership or helping the other country. Some countries are already getting pushed into a debt burden by taking Chinese loans. Western countries have always exploited Africa. They've only come for the resources of Africa, nothing else. So this is where India stands out. We may not have the money of China or Western countries. We may not have their military power, but India's approach, our soft power diplomacy built on civilizational ties, and the equal treatment we offer, the mutual partnership, and the development assistance we provide is what sets India apart. This is what gives us that leverage in Africa, and we enjoy tremendous goodwill in Africa. Wherever you go in Africa, Indians are treated with love and respect. You will notice that on the ground. If you have ever visited any African country, you will notice a lot of love and respect towards India. Right? Today, African students, African patients, they rely heavily on India. African students come to study in Indian universities and colleges as it is affordable and they get quality education. African patients rely on our healthcare industry. They come to India on medical tourism to get surgeries done, to get their treatments done, as they get quality healthcare at a cheaper cost, at a fraction of a cost compared to other developed countries. So India has become the primary provider of education and health for African nations. In fact, believe it or not, India is the backbone of Africa's healthcare system, especially our pharma industry. India is known as the pharmacy of the world. We basically produce and sell drugs, vaccines to the entire world. We are the world's largest vaccine producer and the largest producer of generic drugs. Generic drugs are non-branded drugs, non-patented, meaning they are very cheap, right? It's affordable for poor countries and developing countries. So India is the biggest producer of life-saving vaccines, which are critical to fight various diseases. And as well as we produce the generic drugs, which are crucial in treating various diseases and health conditions. So this is the primary relationship that we share with African countries. Their healthcare system is directly dependent on Indian drugs, vaccines. And from India, there are many hospital chains, diagnostic labs, etc., which are making a presence in Africa today. Many top hospital chains in India and diagnostic labs, right? They're investing in Africa today to create the basic facilities. So in every way, India has become the backbone of Africa's healthcare, from supplying vaccines and drugs to even providing quality healthcare. Indian hospitals are coming up. Indian diagnostic labs are coming up in Africa. As you know, Africa is affected by a number of healthcare related problems and issues. There are many diseases from Ebola to HIV AIDS malaria, dengue, and many others. Right? There is a big disease burden, a very high disease burden in African countries. Many of these diseases can be prevented with vaccines produced by India. They can be treated better with drugs produced by India. Right? Then hunger and malnutrition is another major challenge in African countries, which are very poor and backward. Again, India comes into picture with food security measures and better healthcare that helps tackle all these challenges. We have also launched a soft power initiative called the Pan African E-Network Project. I don't know if you've heard about it. It's one of our biggest soft power initiatives in the world. This idea was proposed by former President APJ Abdul Kalam. Abdul Kalam was on a visit to African countries as the President of India. He was on a diplomatic visit. He saw the suffering of African people, the backwardness, the lack of education, lack of healthcare. And he gave an idea. He proposed an idea that why don't we use our satellites and provide free telemedicine and tele-education to African countries. This idea proposed by President APJ Abdul Kalam was taken up by the Ministry of External Affairs very seriously. It was a great idea. It would not only provide for genuine human development out of humanitarian concern, it would even drive our soft power diplomacy, creating goodwill and influence for India. And the best part was we didn't have to do much. India already had the satellite infrastructure needed, where ISRO satellites were already providing remote education, remote healthcare facilities. All we had to do was create the ground infrastructure in Africa. So India funded this mega project, the Pan-African E-Network project. We have executed this in 2 phases. This is fully operational, by the way. Across multiple African countries, the whole network has been created by India. The satellite receiving terminals, the VSAT terminals, the cables, including OFC cables, right? The receiving stations, everything has been created in Africa, through which our satellites are connecting Indian colleges, Indian hospitals with African students and African patients. This initiative is called E-Vidya Bharati, E-Arogya Bharati. So African patients can consult Indian doctors at top Indian hospitals for free. African students can learn from the best teachers in India, right? So such a initiative has been provided, which is one of the biggest soft power initiatives of India. So to take forward our African diplomacy, India has launched India-Africa Forum Summit, which was a pet project of Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. Under the Manmohan Singh government, India accelerated our African diplomacy. In 2008, we organized the first India-Africa Forum Summit that brought India together with African Union. African Union countries participate in the India-Africa Forum Summit and work with India for closer relations. 2 more summits have been held in 2011 and one under the Modi government in 2015. We are planning to hold frequent summits. In the future, we want to hold regular frequent summits to drive India-Africa relations. Through these summits, we have announced fresh loans and development assistance. We have announced several Indian projects across Africa. We are focusing on boosting our bilateral trade. We can take this up to even $200 billion or even beyond that, right? Only sky is the limit. We are just scratching the surface right now. Even with such basic relations, our trade volume is already $100 billion. We can easily double or triple this, creating millions of jobs on both the sides, driving the development of both the parties involved. So that is why Africa holds a special place for India in our foreign policy, and it remains a top focus for us today. Got it? So this general understanding is enough. You don't have to go into details. You don't have to look at each country. UPSC will never bother you with that. Just an overall understanding of what is Africa, what are its challenges, right? How India is helping out Africa, what priorities, initiatives we have. That basic understanding is enough. Although in current affairs, if there are any specific developments, like for example, few years ago we had a conflict in Ethiopia called the Tigray conflict. In Ethiopia, you have this region called the Tigray region. It's over here. This is the Tigray region in Ethiopia. So here the Tigray people, the native people, the Tigray community that rebelled against Ethiopia, leading to a conflict where Eritrea was also involved. This conflict went on for a few years and recently it was resolved. So because of this, UPSC had asked a question in prelims related to the Tigray conflict in Ethiopia. There are refugee camps in Africa which are in news because there are so many human right situations going on, right? Refugee camps are in news. Please make a note of that. For example, the latest crisis in Sudan, the crisis in Niger, the crisis in Chad, all these topics are frequently in news. So just whatever articles are there, go through them. If there is any important point, make a note of it. That is enough for your prelims. But from mains point of view, what I have explained is more than enough. Trust me, don't go beyond this. You'll be wasting your time. So this completes my discussion on India, Africa. All right. Now let's take up the next region, that is Latin America. Let's cover Latin America and then I'll take up all your questions and doubts. Now, do you know which region is referred to as Latin America? Any idea? Let's see how much do you know. Which region is referred to as Latin America? I want you to be very specific. Most of them are saying South America. Okay. Is that entirely correct? There is actually more to it. It's not just South America. Or else we would have called it South America. Why are we calling it Latin America? Okay, some of them are getting it right. Priyanka says West Indies. West Indies is nothing but your Caribbean region. Even Central America. And we even consider Mexico as well. All right? Because the reference here is to the Latin countries which were colonized by Spain and Portugal. Even today, Spanish and Portuguese are the dominant languages spoken across these countries. So Latin America is a broad term referring not just to South America, but also to the Caribbean, Central America, and Mexico as well. Right? They were colonized by Spain and Portugal, and even today, you can find that Spanish and Portuguese language is widely spoken across these countries. There is strong Spanish and Portuguese cultural influences as well. So this is something that binds us together. Our colonial struggle, colonial exploitation, the destruction of native economy and indigenous communities by the colonial looters and exploiters. This is something we share with the Latin American countries. Right? This is what forms a close bond between us. We are all part of the global South. All South American, Caribbean, Central American countries and Mexico, they're all developing or underdeveloped countries. Right? That is something we share with them. And this is the bond that exists between India and Latin America. Our colonial struggle of being exploited by colonial powers, right? How our native economies and communities were destroyed by them, how our native culture was also disrupted. And today, in modern times, we are focused on common goals and objectives. We want similar demands. I mean, we want similar growth, similar development. Our global vision actually aligns together, be it on any war or conflict, be it terrorism, be it climate change, be it sustainable development, right? So all these aspects of growth, development, geopolitics, in all these areas, India and Latin America, we see eye to eye. We match, we synchronize completely with each other. And that is something that keeps us together. So when I say Latin America, it is a reference to all these countries that you're seeing in the map. It's not just South America, covers your Caribbean, the Caribbean islands, Central America, and Mexico. So kindly be familiar with these countries. Just know the names, the important geographical features as well. The Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic, right? Uh, this is where Panama is located, a tax haven. That's where Panama Canal is also present. The Panama Canal that links Atlantic with the Pacific, creating a shorter route. Because ships otherwise have to go around South America to reach the other side, which is a very long route, a circuitous route. Just like Suez Canal created a shorter link between Atlantic and Indian Ocean, similarly, Panama Canal created a link between Pacific and the Atlantic. Now, this region also is blessed with tremendous resources. The region is blessed with tremendous resources. Can anyone name some resources that you can find here? Something that is special, something that really stands out, something that the whole world might crave. Very good. Lithium, petroleum. Very good. I would start out by saying Amazon before saying lithium and petroleum. Of course, you guys are right. I'll come to that, but Amazon itself is a global resource. The Amazonian rainforest covering most of these South American countries in itself is a major resource for the world. It's a carbon sink. It's a massive ecosystem blessed with biodiversity, blessed with millions of species of flora and fauna, right? The Amazonian rainforest is a critical part of the shared resource that we have with humanity. Of course, there are other precious resources, minerals, and other resources like petroleum resources in countries like Venezuela, Brazil, and others. Hydrocarbon reserves are found, and India procures them. Venezuela was a major supplier for us until recently. It has a lot of oil and gas reserves. India's OVL was very, very active in Venezuela. We had some investments as well. But unfortunately, everything has taken a hit as Western countries, especially US, has targeted Venezuela with sanctions. All right? Venezuela, US are hostile to each other. Venezuela is often aligned with Russia and Soviet Union. So US has often targeted Venezuela and it has brought the country under sanctions due to violation of democratic rights and fundamental rights. So because of the crippling American sanctions and Western sanctions, our oil trade with Venezuela has taken a hit. But before this, we did have good ties with Venezuela, but we continue importing petroleum resources from Brazil and other countries. Next, the most important resource, lithium and copper. Very, very precious resources in today's world. These are critical strategic minerals. Copper is absolutely crucial, and there is one country here which has the largest reserve of copper. Lithium as well is found in very, very large quantities in few countries here. All right. So this is something that attracts India. These are the primary resources apart from the many other resources you find. You find gold as well. Some student had mentioned it. Chaitanya had mentioned it. You're right. Gold is also present here. But lithium and copper with petroleum reserves is what attracts India. Do you know which country has copper reserves in this region? Which has the world's largest copper reserves? Very good. Shivaji, Shreyank, Pravasini have given the right answer. Chile. It has the largest copper reserves in the world. It is blessed with copper, which is critical across multiple industries. Industries cannot survive without copper, and Chile has the largest reserves. How about lithium? Which countries have lithium? Very good. The lithium triangle countries. The lithium triangle. I'll show you a separate map to help you understand which countries are part of it. Now, please look at this map, concentrate here. You can see the lithium triangle. It covers Chile, Argentina, Bolivia. These are blessed with lithium reserves. Almost 53% of the world's lithium reserves are found over here, the lithium triangle. These three countries constitute the lithium triangle. Look at the kind of reserves present here. The reserves of lithium, copper, silver, and other precious metals. So Chile, Brazil, Peru, and the other South American countries are blessed with immense natural resources. Chile is the largest holder of copper, the largest producer as well amongst all the copper producing nations. It has a major market share, almost 27% of the market. The copper market is controlled by Chile. And today, these countries have transformed into major agrarian economies. They are major producers of food grains and vegetables and fruits. So these countries are crucial with regard to food security as well. So there are many areas where India can collaborate with them. Believe it or not, most of the fruits you consume, the exotic fruits and vegetables, they actually come from South America. If you have eaten blueberries in India, right? Blueberries don't grow in India. Most of the blueberries, they come from Chile or Argentina. Even apples, if you have seen a very good quality of apple, the Royal Gala, which is a variant, right, which is extremely sweet. This variant comes from Latin America. So today there is a big market in India for Latin American goods and products. Similarly, Indian goods and products find a big market in Latin America. The trade volume has surged in the recent years to touch $50 billion. Now, this is quite considerable, even though it's not very massive, right? There is great potential here to double this, triple this, take it up to 100, 150, $200 billion. So, economic ties is what drives this relationship, the primary factor in the relationship. Apart from that, we have a cultural link, a very unique cultural link. Can you see this country, Suriname, over here? It is surrounded by Guyana, French Guyana. This is French territory again. You can see another French territory here in South America. Can you see Suriname here and all your Caribbean islands like the Bahamas, then even Dominican Republic, Jamaica, right? And the other Caribbean islands are so small, you can't even see them here on the map, like St. Kitts and Nevis, right? Barbados. All these are small Caribbean islands which collectively form your West Indies. Now, I'm sure all of you follow cricket. You would know something about the West Indies cricket team. Have you ever noticed how many West Indian cricket players have Indian names, right? The two Hindu sounding names, Hindi sounding names. How is it possible? It's again because of the indentured labor system. The British transported Indian laborers to the Caribbean islands and to Suriname. In Suriname, which is a South American country, if ever possible, please do visit the country. It's a beautiful country. 30% of the population is of Indian descent. Hinduism is the majority religion in the country. Christianity takes the lead, but Hinduism is right up there. You find Hindu temples, you find Hindi speaking people, Indian festivals are celebrated here. So, with regard to food, culture, customs, and religion, there are many common factors that bind India with Suriname and the Caribbean. Is that clear? So, this is a very strong cultural connection, a cultural link. So, this is something India would like to build upon. It gives us a direct influence here. We can use the soft power in the region to push Indian interests and protect Indian interests in the region. So, economic ties and engagement with Indian community is the prime driver of this relationship. As global South countries, we have always collaborated in South-South cooperation, from the non-aligned movement to climate change negotiations. India and Latin American countries have always been on the same page. When India championed the non-aligned movement, all the Latin American countries, they backed India, they supported India. All right. When we pushed for equitable responsibility in climate change, all these countries, they stood with India and supported India, because we wanted historical responsibility to be taken into account, where developed countries will contribute more for climate action efforts as compared to the developing underdeveloped countries of the global south. So global south countries have always united on the climate change question, saying that developed nations that are responsible for historical emissions, they have to pay more, they have to invest more as part of the climate change efforts. So you see that constant collaboration between India and Latin America. They're all supporting our entry into the UN as well. Even in Africa, we get a lot of support for India's permanent membership, right? Even in Latin America, India gets a lot of support for entry into the UN Security Council. So such extensive ties can be seen. And today, the bilateral trade has touched $50 billion as of last year. Recently, India's foreign minister visited few South American countries, and he has set a goal to double the trade to 100 billion in the coming years, which means we are becoming major trading partners, right? India, Brazil, India, Argentina, India, Chile, we all have very important trading relations. And we have even opened new embassies in the recent years itself. In Paraguay and in the Dominican Republic, new embassies have been opened up. We have increased our oil imports from Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia and Guyana. From these countries, we are procuring petroleum products. Venezuela was a top supplier back then, but now we have been forced to cut trade with Venezuela because of the sanctions. Apart from that, our prime focus is securing the critical resources: gold, lithium, copper, along with other minerals and even wood. Wood and paper pulp also is a major commodity that we procure for the paper industry and other wood dependent industries in India. But lithium and copper is something India is really, really interested in, because all your future technologies are dependent on it. From electric vehicles to batteries, lithium is a critical resource, right? Copper is crucial for electronics, semiconductors, and all the other strategic sectors. So is gold. So India is mainly focused upon accessing these resources in Latin America and building closer diplomatic strategic ties to maintain our cultural relations and also work together at the global level. At global platforms, at multilateral platforms, for example, right, we work together very closely. So to build Indian influence, we have provided lines of credit, concessional loans amounting to $900 million, right? Close to $900 million worth of Indian loans have been provided to several countries in this region. We work very closely with Caribbean countries. We have very good ties with them. Most of them provide visa-free entry to Indians. That is how close India is to them, because mainly there's a strong Indian community present here. So we work with the regional groupings as well. There are important regional groupings in South America and Latin America. You might have heard about Mercosur, which is a trade arrangement between Latin American countries. There is a regional grouping of the Caribbean countries called CARICOM. There is Organization of American States. Then you have the Pacific Council. India is an observer in many of these organizations. We have a preferential trade agreement with Mercosur countries. Just like FTA, there is PTA, preferential trade agreement. It's below your FTA. FTA gives free trade access, but preferential trade agreement will give you some preference for some commodities. Some select commodities will get preferential benefits in terms of duties and taxes. Some preferential treatment will be given. So India has a preferential trade agreement with Mercosur, right? We are an observer to the Pacific Council. We work closely with CARICOM, Organization of American States, and other Latin American groupings. Is that clear? Latin American countries are strongly committed towards nuclear disarmament. This is another important point. In fact, they have declared Latin America as a nuclear weapon free zone. Kindly write this down and add this point to Africa also. Even Africa is a nuclear weapon free zone, meaning all these countries have given up nuclear weapons, any pursuit of nuclear weapons. They're all signatories to non-proliferation treaty. They're strongly committed to keep the region free from nuclear weapons. So Latin American countries have this commitment. Even African countries have the same commitment. African countries have signed the Pelindaba Treaty. You can add this point in Africa. Under Pelindaba Treaty, African nations have committed that Africa will be free from nuclear weapons. South Africa actually had a weapons program many years ago. But after signing NPT, South Africa shut down its nuclear weapons program. So through Pelindaba Treaty, all African countries are committed. They're committed to a nuclear weapon free zone, and so are Latin American countries through their own treaty. All right, they have a treaty amongst themselves, committing each other to nuclear disarmament with full commitment to non-proliferation, and they have given up any pursuit of nuclear weapons. India also has that goal. Even though we are a nuclear state, India has a goal for nuclear disarmament. We do promote nuclear disarmament at the global level. So that is something which brings us together, along with cooperation in food security and agriculture. There are agriculture technologies that we can share, right? We can work together to boost productivity and ensure food security of the world. So this remains a major area of collaboration, along with all the assistance we are giving to them in various key projects. Right? We are delivering IT, banking services. Many Indian IT companies have a big presence in LATAM region. Right? It's a big market for our IT companies. Then even in education sector, healthcare, there is a lot of collaboration taking place between India and LATAM region. All right. So there is a very diverse relationship that you find here, and this reflects in our global partnership as well, because we work together at multilateral platforms. We collaborate at many multilateral groupings, and we take a common position. Is that clear? For example, there was an informal group called the BASIC. I don't know if you've heard about it. It's not very active of late, but few years ago, BASIC was a very active group at Climate Change Convention. At the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the basic countries, which are the basic countries? Brazil, then South Africa, India, China. These four are the basic countries. They gave leadership to developing nations and underdeveloped countries during climate change negotiations. For many years, they led the global south. They gave leadership to groupings like G77 to bring all developing, underdeveloped countries together and give a voice to the south countries at climate change negotiations. So basic countries played a critical role in championing the idea of historical responsibilities. The developed industrialized nations are more responsible. They should take more efforts, pay more, they should invest more in transitioning to clean energy and renewable energy. Whereas the burden on developing underdeveloped countries should be less. It should be matching with the emissions we have contributed. This principle was championed by the basic group of countries with the leadership of Brazil, South Africa, India, and China. Of late, the group is not very active. In the last 8 or 10 years, it's not very active. But from 1990s till 2012, 2015, BASIC was very, very active. Then we have another group called IPSA, a grouping of like-minded democracies. India, Brazil, South Africa. Three democracies from three continents have formed this group to promote development cooperation between them. That is to tackle poverty, help out each other in any developmental issue like education, healthcare, etc., drive economic development. They even had a military exercise as well. IPSA used to have a military exercise called IPSAMR, a naval exercise. Because we are bound by the oceans, the Indian Ocean linking with Atlantic and the Pacific is what binds India, South Africa, and Brazil. Right? We had a naval exercise as well. But of late, IPSA has lost its significance, but it does remain an important grouping that we are part of. Then, of course, we are also part of BRICS. Brazil and India are part of BRICS as well, but we'll discuss that at the end. We'll discuss that separately. So we work with these multilateral groupings and the major countries of Latin America. We are also focused on reforming the multilateral structures, UN, World Bank, IMF, which are primarily dominated by the Western countries. Right? This is something we jointly oppose, India, Brazil especially. We are pushing for UN reforms. Remember, I had mentioned a group called G4, the G4 countries, India, Brazil, Germany, and Japan, which are pushing for UN reforms. Right? They want to ensure they have permanent seat at UNSC, and they get the support of all the other Latin American countries. Most of them are supporting reforms of the UN to get membership for G4 countries. That includes India and Brazil. Along with UN reforms, we are also pursuing reforms of World Bank and IMF. This is another common goal. And we are also focusing on making global supply chains more resilient and stable. Because recently, the disruption in supply chains caused by the pandemic and the Ukraine war has taught a very important lesson to all the countries, that you can't depend on just few supply chains, that to the ones dominated by China. So even with Latin American countries, we are focused on creating more diversified global supply chains, which are resilient, which can withstand the impact of external shocks, which are stable from any such disruptions. Right? So this is the broad range of ties we have with the Latin American countries. All right. The last point, a recent development, there was a summit which took place of South American countries called ACTO. It was in news, so I think it could be relevant for your prelims. It's just an additional point I'm giving you. India has nothing to do with it. It's nothing to do with India. But in the Amazon region in South America, there was a big development. The Belém Declaration was adopted by the ACTO, the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization. This organization was set up in 1990s to focus on conserving the Amazonian rainforests. As I was mentioning, Amazon is blessed with rich biodiversity and resources. It's a shared resource between multiple countries in the Amazon basin. All right, it extends to cover multiple countries like Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Guyana, Peru, Suriname, and Venezuela. All these are countries which are part of the Amazon basin, right? Which includes the Amazon River as well. So this is a shared resource, and these forests and the ecosystems and biodiversity here is under significant threat. There is a major threat even to the indigenous communities, the indigenous tribes who inhabit the Amazonian rainforests. Is that clear? There are Amazonian people who are native and indigenous to the forest ecosystem. So today they are being threatened by wildfires, by rampant industrialization and climate change. Many industries, contractors have deliberately set fire to the Amazon. It happened in Brazil. A few years ago, Brazil had a controversial right-wing leader, Jair Bolsonaro, who was the president. He was someone who was aligned with Donald Trump with regard to their right-wing ideology. So these right-wing leaders, they never prioritized environmental issues. They always favored industry and the capitalists. And Jair Bolsonaro allowed contractors to set fire to the Amazon to clear forest land for industrialization. This triggered massive forest fires in Amazon, consuming a large part of the forest and killing thousands of species. Also, global warming in general is driving changes in the climate, triggering more extreme weather events, which affects the Amazonian forests. Right? So, to conserve and protect this sensitive ecosystem, which is one of the world's largest carbon sinks, it's a crucial carbon sink, just like African equatorial forests. Similarly, the Amazonian rainforest is a critical carbon sink. So, to conserve and protect this, there is an intergovernmental organization called ACTO set up in 1990s. So, after a long gap, these countries met again a few months ago, and they've adopted some measures to provide for protection of the Amazon. So, this is called the Belém Declaration that was adopted in 2023. They have not identified any specific targets or goals. That has been a criticism, however. They have not taken up any specific goals or specific targets. But however, they have generally agreed in principle that Amazon needs utmost priority with regard to conservation. And they have prioritized indigenous rights and indigenous traditional knowledge. They have agreed that in the conservation policies that they are going to bring out, they will give utmost importance for indigenous communities and their traditional knowledge. And the indigenous people will be involved in the decision-making process for conserving the Amazon. So this is a recognition of indigenous rights, which is relevant for India as well, right? Even we focus on our indigenous tribes when it comes to forest conservation. So something similar is seen here in Latin America. The Belém Declaration was a recent development which is relevant for your prelims. So this completes my discussion on Latin America. It's a very quick, short discussion. This is enough. You don't have to go in detail. UPSC will not ask you bilateral relations from here. It's the whole region that is a focus. There might be a question. We have never got a question on Latin America. There might be a 10-mark question, 15-mark question asking you to talk about our interests and priorities and what India is doing to protect those interests. So this more or less completes a large part of our syllabus. Now, I'll take some questions from you for a few minutes, and after that, we'll proceed to the last part where I'll be discussing some miscellaneous topics. Few mixture of small topics like UN reforms, G20, BRICS, and our nuclear doctrine. Individually, there are very, very small topics, but I'll try to make it as comprehensive as possible. So let's see the questions and doubts. Chaitanya Alok are asking about Coffee Club. Don't worry, I'll come to it again under UN reforms. We have discussed Coffee Club previously. I mentioned it when we spoke about G4. So again, we'll take it up under UN reforms. Ayush is asking, who are the members present in European Council and European Commission? See, European Council consists of all prime ministers and presidents of all the member states. All the 27 prime ministers, presidents are part of European Council. European Commission is a executive organ. So it has its own recruitment. Basically, it's comprised of bureaucrats and diplomats. So they are recruited separately. It's an executive organ. But the president of European Commission, who heads the executive organ, is nominated by the European Council. Pratik is asking, sir, difference between line of credit and loan. There is no difference. Line of credit is a concessional loan given by India. That's a name given by India, right? Concessional loans which are given, which is mainly used for development assistance, India has given a name for it in our foreign policy. We call it line of credit, meaning we are extending a line of credit. A ready credit facility is available from where they can borrow money, they can use that for certain projects, and they will pay a very nominal interest rate. That too with an extended time period. They get a lot of flexibility to repay the loan. That's why it's called a concessional loan. It will not put any burden on them, unlike Chinese loans, which push countries into a debt trap, into a debt burden. India's line of credit does not push any country into a debt burden. And also, the projects we fund through these loans, they help both of us. It's not designed only to help India. We are not that selfish. We design the projects to help other countries as well, like Pan African E Network project, right? The various investments we are making here in Latin America and Africa, they're all designed to be mutually beneficial. So, line of credit and loan, they're one and the same. It's a concessional loan. What is Brexit's impact on India UK ties? Not much. It didn't have much of an impact. We were expecting a big impact. Of course, there was some disruption in trade, but nothing serious. Rakshit is asking, what is South-South cooperation? Cooperation between global South countries, right? I've explained what is this in the previous classes. When I say global North, global South, it's not the direction. Global North refers to developed countries, industrialized countries, US and European countries, for example. Japan, Australia, New Zealand, they're all global North countries. Is that clear? Australia and New Zealand are in the southern hemisphere, but still they are global North countries because they're all developed nations. All the developing, underdeveloped countries are global South countries. So if developing, underdeveloped countries, if they collaborate, if they work together, help out each other, that is called South-South cooperation. Rajkumar is asking, USA forces other countries and issues sanctions on them, on rival countries. Is it ethical to force countries to issue sanctions? See, that is how geopolitics works, right? I told you, many times countries don't follow ethics. They go by their respective interests. So if US treats a country as a rival country, as a target country, as a hostile enemy country, it will punish them economically by levying sanctions. That's how US tries to protect its interests. Sanskar is asking, if these South American countries don't conserve Amazon, whole planet will suffer. Correct, absolutely. Amazon is a shared resource, as I told you. But again, responsibility is not just with the South American countries. Even in other parts of the world, there are similar ecosystems. Like we have the Western Ghats, the Himalayan region, right? The African equatorial forests, the wetlands around the world, the Sundarbans wetland ecosystem. All these are major carbon sinks. So every country has a global responsibility here to tackle climate change and global warming. But yes, within the Amazon region, these Amazonian countries have the biggest responsibility. Anjali is asking, sir, does India invest in solar projects in Africa? Yes. All these countries are part of the International Solar Alliance, which is an initiative pushed by India, right? You'll study that in environment ecology. India pushed and started this initiative called International Solar Alliance with France during the 2015 climate change summit, the Paris summit. So under International Solar Alliance, we are giving leadership to all the countries which receives sunlight, a lot of sunlight, especially the tropical belt, to invest more in solar projects. We even have an ambitious initiative to interconnect our power grids in the future. Prime Minister Modi has pushed an initiative, a global power grid called One Sun, One World, One Grid project. The idea is to link the power grids of South Asia with West Asia and Southeast Asia, further link this with Africa and Europe to create a common global power grid, which is largely driven by solar power. This is an Indian initiative. It is supported by United Kingdom as well. One sun, one world, one grid. So the plan is to interconnect the power grids by investing more in solar projects. So through International Solar Alliance, yes, India is making such solar investments as well in Africa. All right. So, guys, these were some of the questions. Now, let's take up the last few topics, very small topics. I'll quickly go through them. There are many facts which might be needed for your prelims. I'll just mark the factual points, but we'll discuss more about the analysis. Let's look at the United Nations, the UN, or the UNO, the United Nations Organization. So, as you know, it's an international organization, a global organization that was established in the year 1945 after the Second World War. As the Second World War came to an end, the need was felt for a new global organization to resolve disputes and conflicts and prevent another world war from happening. That was the prime reason why the UN was established. Today, it has universal membership. All 193 recognized countries are member states of the UN. They've all adopted the constitution of UN, which is the UN Charter. Just like India has a constitution, right? BIMSTEC has a charter. Similarly, the UN is based on the UN Charter that defines its constitution. The UN Charter defines the various organs of UN, the roles and functions, the composition, and its functioning. It's all defined by the UN Charter. This was drafted by the founding members in 1945. Now, you need to know some background about the UN, why UN was established. See, before the UN, we had another global organization. You would have studied this in world history. After the First World War, the League of Nations had been created through the Treaty of Versailles, which brought First World War to an end. Right? The First World War ended by 1918, and the peace treaty in France, in Paris, was worked out, the Treaty of Versailles, in 1990. This provided for a new world order. Apart from resolving the issues between the Allied powers and the other states which were in conflict during First World War, it established a global organization, an international organization called the League of Nations. Its primary purpose was to prevent another global conflict, prevent another world war from occurring. Its primary objective was to resolve disputes and tensions so that countries don't go to a war, and it could avoid the possibility of a global war in the future. That was the primary purpose for why League of Nations was established, to bring some stability in the global order. But League of Nations was a spectacular failure. It failed to achieve any of its objectives. In fact, in many ways, historians hold League of Nations accountable for the Second World War. What happened was the Allied powers, the British, the French, they humiliated Germany, right? After defeating them in the First World War, they meted out very severe humiliation to them, and they kept abusing League of Nations, and they used it to target Germany and the others. Later, USA would also join with Britain and France to abuse the League of Nations for their own benefit, whereas targeting the other countries. This humiliation of Germany after the First World War, carried out mainly through League of Nations, is what triggered nationalist sentiments in Germany. That is what Hitler capitalized on. That is what the Nazi party capitalized upon. And they projected as the saviors of Germany, giving rise to right-wing extreme fascism. So in many ways, League of Nations became responsible for the Second World War, and instead of preventing the conflict, it became a trigger for the conflict. So it was very clear that when Second World War broke out, that League of Nations is a failure. It's a failed organization. It didn't serve its purpose. So when the Second World War was going on, there were many ideas proposed that once the war ends, we need a new institution. We need a global institution that can bring the world together to discuss all the global issues, not just to resolve war and conflict, not just to maintain peace and stability, but to tackle any global issue. It requires global cooperation. So that global understanding was coming up, and Franklin D. Roosevelt, the then American president, he coined the term United Nations while referring to the collective effort of the Allied powers against the Axis powers. For the first time, collective Cooperative diplomacy was being recognized at the global level. Until then, countries always believed that they act independently, that they act on their own. For the first time during Second World War, a truly global effort was seen to defeat the Axis powers. Nazi Germany, Imperial Japan, Mussolini's Italy, right? The Ottomans, they were a threat to humanity, a threat to the world. They had to be eliminated. This fight against the Axis powers is what united the world. And Franklin Roosevelt coined the term United Nations. All nations being united to fight for a single effort, a single cause. So, based on this, the UN Conference on International Organization was called at San Francisco in 1945, which led to the drafting of the UN Charter. The UN Charter was drafted at the San Francisco Conference on International Organization, and it was adopted to establish the United Nations. India was also a participant. Even though we weren't independent in 1945, India had its own representatives at the UN conference, at the San Francisco conference. Because independence was on the verge, it was about to happen. So, apart from Britain, India was also separately represented. So, India has played a role as a founding member. We have contributed to the discussions and championed some ideals that led to the framing of the UN Charter, which was finally adopted, leading to the establishment of the United Nations. Now, what is the objective of UN? What does it try to achieve? These objectives are clearly outlined in the UN Charter itself. Please make a note. It's a very factual point, but could be important for your prelims. You can use this in your mains answers as well if required. These are the stated objectives of UN. It's listed under the UN Charter. Primary goal is to ensure international peace and security, meaning prevent wars and conflicts. As it was created in the backdrop of the World War, the goal was very clear: to prevent such global wars from ever happening. So to act as a mediator between different countries which are fighting each other, to negotiate with them in a neutral manner, to be a neutral mediator, to be an unbiased neutral mediator, and help settle conflicts, prevent disputes from turning into wars. That was the primary focus. Second, protection of human rights. Because during the world wars, there was large scale violation of human rights, including genocides committed. Millions of people were slaughtered, right? So protecting human rights became a top focus, and fostering socio-economic development, focusing on welfare. Finally, the world was focusing on welfare. Until then, most countries had become police states. They were obsessed with security because of the World War, right? Governments were mainly focused on their armed forces, their police, their security. They were spending all the money and the resources on security, with nothing being provided for welfare. So now the focus was on reconstruction. As the World War had destroyed the global economy and the infrastructure, the focus was on rebuilding everything, reconstructing the economy, which meant socio-economic welfare would become the focus. To tackle poverty, hunger, provide better healthcare, basic education. This became a focus for all the countries. That is why socio-economic welfare was added. Protecting the environment. Finally, it was being acknowledged that pollution is a threat. Pollution caused by industrial revolution and world wars was a threat to humanity. For the first time, global focus was paid to environmental issues. And finally, providing assistance to those affected by disasters and conflict, mainly to help refugees, provide humanitarian assistance and disaster relief to people who are affected by disasters, wars, and conflicts. Because the world was dealing with a refugee crisis after the World War, right? Across the world, there were multiple refugee crisis situations. So, to deal with them effectively, these objectives were laid out for the UN under the UN Charter. Now, the UN Charter has established the structure of the UN as well. And there are six primary organs of the UN. You have your UN General Assembly, the UNGA. The UN General Assembly is a body comprising of all the 193 member countries. All 193 member states are part of it, and all of them have an equal vote. So UNGA looks at all global issues, be it a war, be it terrorism, environmental issues. Any global issue is discussed, debated at UN General Assembly. So it's like a policy making, decision making body. It deliberates on global issues, discusses them, gives representation to all the countries, and gives them a equal voice. There is universal representation. No country is left out. All 193 states are part of it, and they all have a equal vote, giving them a equal voice and universal representation. So ideally, your General Assembly should have had all the key powers. But unfortunately, that is not the case. This is where a problem exists in the structure of the UN. There is a major structural problem. Even though UNGA is a democratic body, it's a universal body having representation for all countries with equal vote. It does not have all the powers. All key powers have been concentrated in the hands of UNSC, the UN Security Council, which is an elite body of 15 countries only. Is that clear? All the key powers of UNSC, for example, dealing with wars, conflicts, and terrorism, then authorizing the use of force to invade a country, to attack a country for the global good, nuclear disarmament, then apart from nuclear disarmament, even the deployment of UN peacekeeping forces. All these global security issues are entirely handled by UNSC. Even the power to impose economic sanctions lies with UNSC alone. No other body or organ exercises these powers. No one can interfere. These 15 countries will decide which country will be attacked by UN. For example, when 9/11 attacks happened, the US sought permission to target Al Qaeda and Taliban, which were a global threat, and the UN gave authorization for use of force, leading to the invasion of Afghanistan. Now, this tremendous power is held by just a few countries, which are members of UNSC. In fact, within UNSC, not all of them have equal power. It is the P5 which enjoy all the powers with their veto right. The P5 countries, the five permanent members who are permanently part of UNSC, they have the veto through which they can defeat any resolution. One veto is enough to fail a resolution. The other 10 countries here are non-permanent members who are elected on a rotational basis. Non-permanent members have no genuine powers. They simply come for a 2-year term. They contribute to the discussions, they set the agenda, hold the presidency, and they leave in 2 years. All right, India recently was a non-permanent member. I hope you know that. India has held 8 non-permanent terms. The most recent being in 2021, 2022. For these 2 years, India was a non-permanent member. We even held the presidency of UNSC. So it only allows you to set the agenda, bring up issues, discuss, but it doesn't really make a change or a difference because all the powers are actually with the P5 because of their veto power. The 10 non-permanent members are elected for 2-year terms on rotational basis from different geographies. But these P5 countries are permanently part of it. So USA, UK and France, Russia and China. They are the P5 countries, the most powerful because of their veto power. This is where a criticism comes up that key issues like wars, conflicts, disarmament, terrorism, authorization of use of force, control over peacekeeping forces, deployment of peacekeeping forces, imposing economic sanctions on countries, all these critical powers are vested with a select elite club of countries, the P5 countries. Right? So there is a clear distinction here between General Assembly and Security Council. Then you have your Economic Social Council, the ECOSOC, which looks after the development agenda of the UN, Millennium Development Goals, your Sustainable Development Goals, the issue of climate change. So all developmental issues are handled by ECOSOC. All right, it's like a welfare organization of the UN, looking after all the welfare initiatives. Trusteeship Council to administer the trust territories that were there after the Second World War. These are mainly colonies, former colonies, especially the ones owned by the Axis powers like Germany and Italy. So there were 11 trust territories in the world which were not ready for independence. They weren't capable of looking after their own administration. So instead of granting them independence, they were brought under the UN. The UN administered these territories directly through Trusteeship Council and prepared them for eventual self-governance and independence. So once this was achieved, all the trust territories have now become independent countries. So the function of Trusteeship Council ended, so it has closed down. It does not exist anymore. The Trusteeship Council does not function. It has ceased to exist because its purpose was only to administer the trusteeship territories and prepare them for self-rule and independence. So this was achieved over few decades, and now that all trust territories are independent countries, the Trusteeship Council has stopped functioning. It does not exist anymore. Then you have a Court of Justice, the International Court of Justice, which is headquartered at The Hague in Netherlands. All right, it's the judicial organ which settles disputes between the member states. Only countries can file cases here. Individuals cannot file cases. Companies cannot file cases. Only the concerned governments, only UN member states can file cases against each other to settle their disputes. And other UN bodies can seek advice, legal advice. That is the role of ICJ, International Court of Justice. All right. There are 15 judges who are elected for a 9-year term. Even this is on a rotational geographical basis. Countries will get a certain quota. In fact, across UN, you will see this in terms of election, in terms of taking seats at UN and UN bodies. You see this across multiple UN organizations. There is a geographical representation. Representation at UN and UN bodies is based on a geographical quota. Like for every region, a few number of seats are allocated and countries are elected on a rotational basis. Like for Asia, there will be some seats. So India can contest and win the seat for one term. Next, maybe another country will contest from Asia. Like that, it rotates. So there is a geographical quota system for elections and seats at UN bodies. Now, this also comes in for criticism because some geographies have more seats assigned, like North America, Europe, right? They have cornered most of the seats in all the UN bodies, including UN Security Council itself. There is very less representation for other parts of Asia, for Africa, for Latin America. That is a big divide in terms of geographical representation. So that is also a criticism regarding how UN bodies are filled, how the seats and the vacancies are filled. So at ICJ, the judges are elected on the basis of a similar geographical quota system, where 15 judges are brought here for a 9-year term. Now, do you know there is an Indian judge who has been elected to ICJ. Currently, there is an Indian judge serving ICJ. Do you know who it is? Very good. Justice Dalveer Bhandari from the Supreme Court of India. Justice Dalveer Bhandari is an Indian judge who won the election against UK. India fought a legendary diplomatic battle against the United Kingdom, where multiple rounds of votings took place for one seat, which was being contested between India and UK. Finally, the Indian candidate won. We managed to get the support of all the countries, and Justice Dalveer Bhandari was elected as the judge of ICJ. Then finally, you have your UN Secretariat that looks after the functioning of UN. It's headed by the UN Secretary General. The Secretary General again is elected, but this entire process is Western dominated. Western countries fully control the election of the Secretary General. The influence they have with all the countries ensures that US especially controls who becomes the Secretary General. Without US blessing, no one can become the Secretary General of UN. So there is a clear problem in the organization. You can see that there is a structural problem, representation problem, right? The way in which the processes work, it's all outdated. It has no place in today's world. That is why India pushes for reforms of the UN. India has a justified claim because today we have the world's largest population, one of the fastest growing economies in the world. So it's ironic that we are not even represented here. Correct? And upon that, we have contributed immensely to the United Nations, to the goals of the UN and the UN Charter. We have remained committed to the UN Charter. We have upheld international law. We strictly follow the rules-based order. India has never violated the rules-based order. We don't threaten other countries. We are not aggressive. We don't go to wars. We don't threaten others' integrity and sovereignty. Right? Rather, we contribute for peace and stability. India has taken a stand against colonialism and apartheid, thus helping African countries as we studied. We have been a global South leader from 1947, giving leadership to non-aligned movement, G77, climate change negotiations, and human rights issues. India has always stood for human rights issues, especially when it comes to refugees. India has been at the forefront of accepting refugees. We have taken Tibetan refugees, Sri Lankan refugees, Afghan refugees, Bengali refugees, right? Even Rohingyas. So India has really stood up for human rights as well, and it has given leadership to all these global platforms, including your climate change convention. We are one of the largest troop contributing countries to UN peacekeeping forces. Please note, India has contributed close to 2 lakh soldiers to various UN peacekeeping missions from Indian Army, from our paramilitary forces like BSF, ITBP, even from our state police forces. We are the biggest contributor amongst every country. If you take the total from many decades, if you take the total of troops we have contributed, India is the number one country, the biggest contributor. But if you take the current account, if you look at the current peacekeeping missions and how many troops we have contributed, we are in the third position, I guess. Others are ahead. Nigeria, then Bangladesh, and few other developing nations, they are ahead. We are somewhere in the top 5. That is for sure. But if you take the cumulative account of how many troops we have contributed, India is the biggest contributor. More than 2 lakh soldiers have been contributed. They have served the blue helmets, as they are called. They wear the blue helmet in a conflict zone to distinguish them. So they are the peacekeeping forces to maintain peace in a conflict zone, in a civil war hit area. India has lost around 170 troops. Around 170 plus Indian troops have been killed as part of UN peacekeeping missions. That is the contribution India has made. Recently, in the last few months itself, right, in 2022, 2 BSF Jawans were killed in Democratic Republic of Congo, in the DRC. That is why India is urging that troop contributing countries should be involved in decision making on how the peacekeeping forces are deployed and how they are secured. But this power is not given to troop contributing countries. Even though we are putting the lives of our people at risk, our soldiers at risk, they have no decision making power. It is entirely with UN Security Council. And if you observed, developed countries never contribute troops for peacekeeping missions. It's always developing countries and poor countries. That's why Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Philippines, Nigeria, Kenya, these are the biggest contributors. Because these countries want to create a positive image for themselves. They want to generate goodwill. That's why we contribute more troops. Whereas developed nations don't waste their soldiers here for these peacekeeping missions. But they control the decisions. The P5, they decide where the peacekeeping forces will be deployed and their safety, their security, right? Everything is looked after by P5. And troop contributing countries have no role in decision making. Now, this is a major complaint India has. We have contributed 2 lakh soldiers, lost 170 plus soldiers. We have a right to decide how the peacekeeping forces are deployed and protected. We have made this a big issue at the UN, and we have got support from many countries as well. We have gifted a security tool called Unite Aware. India developed a IT platform, basically an application called Unite Aware, and we have gifted this to peacekeeping forces, which helps them understand the situational awareness of the area they are deployed in. They can easily understand the security threats present in a given region through this application built by India. It will pool all intelligence inputs, all the electronic and satellite intelligence being generated by the countries. So all these inputs are collated here at Unite Aware platform, and it helps the troops to understand the situation they are in. They'll get better idea about the geography, the location where they are operating, the threats they are facing, any new intelligence inputs. Everything comes through this app. India has funded this app. We built the app as well. India has built this application with its own funding and donated this to UN peacekeeping forces. So that is the contribution we are making. So we deserve to be on the Security Council to play a role in deciding how peacekeeping forces are deployed and protected. Even with regard to climate change, sustainable development goals, counterterrorism, nuclear disarmament, and promoting democracy, India has always been a major contributor. Correct? We championed the CBDR principle, common but differentiated responsibility, which is nothing but your historical responsibility concept. We were the ones who championed the idea that developed countries should be treated differently from developing countries when it comes to climate change. Developed nations should be accountable for historical responsibilities, while developing nations should take a lower responsibility depending on their emissions, and they should get assistance. They should get technology and funds from developed countries to assist in the clean transition. This whole principle was championed by India with other developing nations. It's the CBDR principle, common but differentiated responsibilities. When it comes to SDG goals, which is Agenda 2030, countering terrorism, right, disarmament, in all these areas we have contributed. We suggested the CCIT convention. This was an Indian proposal in 1996 to tackle state-sponsored terrorism and all forms of terrorism. We proposed the Comprehensive Convention on International Terrorism, but it has not been adopted. Countries are not supporting it. We have used the 1267 Sanctions Committee to target several global terrorists like Hafiz Saeed, Masood Azhar, and others. Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi had proposed an action plan to promote a fair disarmament plan where all countries can disarm simultaneously to get rid of nuclear weapons forever. But these Indian initiatives haven't got enough support because the P5 countries don't allow any such positive initiatives to go forward. Look at how China has blocked India's efforts at the Sanctions Committee from designating Pakistani terrorists. Whenever we try to designate Pakistani terrorists, China blocks the proposal at the Sanctions Committee. We set up the Democracy Fund in 2005 to strengthen democracies around the world. So this is the role that India has played. from supporting human rights to resolving conflicts to helping out other countries. In every possible sector, India has assisted countries through the UN. So India has every right to be a part of it. That is why we are pushing it strongly since 1990s. Once India rose as an economic power after the economic reforms, since then we have been pushing the UN for reforming the organization, particularly the UN Security Council. We want the permanent category seat to be expanded to add new members. And for that purpose, we have formed a group called G4 with like-minded countries such as Brazil, Japan, and Germany. So together, G4 countries are pushing for UN reforms. But they are facing opposition from the Coffee Club. Coffee Club countries, they don't want these four countries alone to be given permanent membership. Mainly the regional rivals of these G4 countries, like Argentina, Italy, Pakistan, South Korea, and others. These are regional competitors of the G4. So they don't want only these countries to get permanent seat. So they have formed a counter group called the Coffee Club, which opposes the expansion only to G4 countries. All right. Plus the P5 countries, they are hesitant and they are resisting any attempt to reform the UN because they want to keep all the power cornered in their own hands. This outdated structure, which I discussed and explained, is benefiting the P5. They are using the veto to fulfill their own national interests. Instead of looking after global interests, they are looking after their selfish, narrow interests by misusing the veto power. So all Western countries have aligned together, US, UK, and France. Russia and China, on the other side, have aligned together. So all these parties are misusing veto for their own objectives. Now, for example, when Russia was criticized for invading Ukraine and violating UN Charter, a resolution was brought up to criticize Russia. But obviously, it was defeated because Russia itself voted against it. So basically, the accused can be the judge. China will directly provide support to Russia. Same with US, UK, and France. They are no less. They have also misused the powers of the UN to shield their friends and target their rivals. So this has become selective. These countries act selectively based on their geopolitical interests. UN has been politicized by these P5 countries. But today's geopolitical order has changed. These are not the only major countries that are there. There are many emerging powers which deserve similar recognition. From India to Indonesia, Turkey, Argentina, Brazil, Germany, right? Italy as well, Japan, Australia. There are many countries which can claim to be a major power and seek a seat at the permanent table. The worst part is Africa and Latin America. They have zero representation. There is no permanent seat for the whole region, the whole continents. This is complete inclusivity and lack of equality. Right? It's not an equitable body anymore. It's inequitable in terms of its economic resource allocation, geographical representation. Developed countries have a more hold, whereas developing, underdeveloped countries are largely left out. Global South has largely been left out. Right? There is clear politicization of UNSC where these P5 countries have cornered power and they are using it for their own geopolitical purposes. So that is the concern India has raised. There is a clear north-south divide where developed countries are cornering more power, leaving out the developing underdeveloped countries. And there is a lack of geographical representation. So that is why India is strongly pushing for reforms of the UN. And we want discussions to be held on the categories of membership, whether there should be permanent members, non-permanent members. If it is expanded, how many permanent members to be added? What about the veto power? Should veto be retained? Right? What will happen to the veto power? How about equitable regional representation for all the regions? Since many regions are left behind, how about giving equal representation for all regions? What will be the size of this enlarged Security Council? What would be the working arrangement between UNSC and UN General Assembly? All these are questions. These are the issues being raised by India and G4 countries as far as UN reforms are concerned. All right. Now, the main demand here is to include new members. Especially G4 countries are pushing for their inclusion. If this has to happen, if any reform has to happen, the UN Charter has to be amended. To amend the UN Charter, you need approval of the P5. You need two-third majority in UN General Assembly. But this is not enough. Even if special majority is obtained in UNGA, you need all P5 votes in UN Security Council. Is that clear? So this is what blocks UN reforms. These countries will never give up their monopoly. So they're not allowing genuine reforms to happen. Some countries have given only verbal support. Close friends of India, US, UK, France, and Russia, they have given verbal support, making verbal promises that yes, India deserves to be there as a permanent member. We welcome India's entry as a permanent member. Such statements are made verbally, but nothing is done concretely on the ground. For that, you need text-based negotiations. You need to document the talks, document the progress, and achieve a final agreement. It's like your manager promising a hike verbally. That will never be delivered. Your hike has to come through official confirmation, through an email, through a letter. Right? If your manager says, I'll give you a hike just verbally, it's simply an oral promise, a verbal promise. That's what US, Russia, UK, France have done. They've just given vocal support, verbal support, but they have not taken any action on the ground. And China in particular is strongly opposing it, as it does not want India, Japan to join UNSC. So this process has stalled for years together. Despite all the efforts, the process has stalled because P5 countries are not showing any real interest. So what we need is text-based negotiations, so that there are periodic discussions and you document all the discussions and finally come to an agreement as to what would be the kind of UN reforms. So this, if it has to be adopted, it requires special majority of UNGA and all P5 countries voting in favor. So that is where the challenge lies. So that's why UN has become very ineffective today. It's become an outdated, ineffective organization. Be it the Afghan conflict, the civil war in Syria, the Palestine issue, right? The Ukraine conflict, the pandemic. In all these recent issues you have seen in front of your eyes, UN has been useless. It has been ineffective. It only plays a big role in climate change, in developmental issues, helping refugees, etc. In those areas, UN is doing a very good job. In terms of helping poor countries, with regard to tackling climate change, sustainable development goals, and giving assistance to refugees and displaced people. In these areas, UN is still very, very relevant. But in terms of geopolitics, in terms of global power equations, UN is outdated. The structure is completely useless in today's world. So that is why we're pushing for a change. UN still has relevance. It still plays a role in development issues. So that is where India is focused upon as well. And we want structural changes to happen so everyone gets an equal voice to contribute for global development. All right. So that's about the UN and UN reforms. Now let's take a quick look at G20 and BRICS and nuclear doctrine, and we can end the session for today. The G20, the topic is very important as we hosted the 2023 summit. India held the G20 presidency. The theme was Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, treating the whole world as one community, one earth, one family, one future. Right? This was the theme and logo of the G20 summit. So this group was established in 1999 following the Asian financial crisis. Across Asia, in Asian markets, especially in Southeast Asia, there was a massive economic collapse. It started in Thailand and spread to other countries like Singapore. If it affected China, Japan as well. So this Asian financial crisis of 97, 98 caused global economic consequences, right? It triggered a recession, pushed the global economy back. So that is when the finance ministers and the governors of central banks of 7 top countries, they came together to form this forum, this platform. All right. It was led by Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, UK, and US. Essentially, your G7 members. The G7 is another grouping of the most advanced, developed, industrialized economies. It includes all these Western countries, which are mentioned here. So they took the lead. The G7 formed a grouping of their finance ministers and central bank governors to look at global economic issues and coordinate with each other to overcome the recession that was triggered by the Asian financial crisis. Following this, there was another major global crisis, a recession in 2007 2008, triggered by the housing market in the US. There was complete economic mismanagement in the banking system of the United States, where fraudulent loans had been given out, scams were committed in the financial system. There was a collapse in the housing market, creating non performing assets. And eventually, the entire housing banking markets collapsed in the US. This triggered the closure of several banks and financial institutions that created a domino effect that pushed back the global economy, pushed the global economy into a serious recession. So then the top 20 economies were invited to work together to solve the crisis. Because the crisis came mainly from developed countries like US. Parallelly, Europe was facing a devastating economic crisis in the Eurozone. In Eurozone, European economies had stagnated, slowed down, and they were facing a major liquidity challenge. So as advanced Western economies were struggling and Asian powers had risen, a new platform was needed. That is why the G20 was formed finally in 2008. It brought not just the finance ministers and central bank governors, but even the leaders were brought together. The prime ministers, presidents were brought together to make this a summit level interaction. In the previous arrangement, only finance ministers, governors of G20 were being invited from top 20 economies, right? So now it became a summit level interaction from 2008, and in 2009 it was designated as the premier forum for international economic cooperation, mainly to look at the global economy, to resolve any issues in the banking financial system, right? And to carry out changes in the global financial architecture. That was the primary purpose of the G20. Now, here you can look at the members, the top 20 economies of the world, along with European Union. These countries, 19 countries listed here with India and your European Union, they constituted your G20. But in the recent summit hosted by India, we have added a new member because of India's initiative, that is African Union. Correct? To give representation for Africa, India pushed the idea of giving a seat for African Union, which was accepted by all the members. So now there are 21 members, not 20. But the name remains G20, that has not been changed. So it's not G21. There are 21 members, but it remains G20. Now, let's look at the key outcomes of the latest summit. One was African Union was admitted, which was a success for India in its global South strategy. Apart from that, we managed to achieve a consensus in a divided world. Because as we headed towards the G20 summit, no one believed that consensus was possible between Western countries and Russia and China. Because the war, the sanctions, and their rivalry in general has divided the world There is a cold war going on between the West and China, a direct rivalry between West and Russia, plus the Ukraine war and the sanctions imposed. They have all caused a divide in the global order. Understood? So it was seen as impossible to achieve a consensus between these conflicting parties. But India managed to achieve the impossible. We managed to bring these conflicting parties together, strike a middle ground, and we have adopted the New Delhi Declaration. The New Delhi Declaration was a big success for India for hosting the summit, which covers several aspects of global cooperation, including global health, the global economy, focus on digital public infrastructure, focus on reforms. So, all these key issues related to global economy have been addressed under the New Delhi Declaration. Now, you need not go into the details of the declaration, not needed. They get very specific. Just know that New Delhi Declaration achieved consensus between the West and Russia and China. We have taken a middle path and a common ground on issues related to health, economy, then digital public infrastructure, and broad reforms of the global economy. So, be it money laundering, even organized crime, all these issues have been tackled. Some suggestions have been provided, but there's no specific target as such or goal. So, just a broad statement like this is enough. Don't go into the details of the Delhi Declaration. But during G20, there were two big initiatives that were launched with India's leadership. One is the IMEC corridor, which I've been mentioning from many classes. I mentioned this corridor under West Asia, under US as well. This was one big initiative, an economic corridor launched by India and US along with Saudi Arabia, UAE, European Union, France and Germany, and Italy. The goal is to create a transport link from Asia to West Asia, from basically South Asia to West Asia, and connect that with Europe, the India, Middle East, Europe corridor. So it will contain a network of maritime links. There will be a sea link along with railway lines, and it will also consist of power grids, digital cable connectivity, and green hydrogen pipelines. It's not just limited to roads, railway lines, etc. There's no road project involved here. It will involve maritime links, connection between major ports, along with the required logistical support at the ports, with a railway infrastructure to transport the goods. And parallelly, it'll also have power grids being interconnected with your digital cables, the OFC cables carrying your internet, carrying your communication, and green hydrogen pipelines. Please look at the map, the rough alignment of the IMEC corridor. The plan is to connect India with the Middle East or West Asia, link Indian ports like Mumbai, the Mundra port in Gujarat, essentially the ports on east coast of India, primarily in Gujarat and Maharashtra, they will benefit to be linked with ports in UAE, from where through a rail network goods can be taken from UAE to Saudi Arabia. Some of this rail infrastructure already exists. From here, the rail corridor will enter Jordan. Jordan will also have to be a part of it. And from here, it will reach Israel. It will reach the Haifa port, the strategic Haifa port in the Mediterranean, which is now controlled by Adani Ports. Adani Ports has gained control over Haifa. So from here, a sea link will connect with Europe, with the Piraeus port in Greece, and it will further extend to Italy, France, and Germany. So both through land and sea route, it will connect with Europe from here onwards. This is basically a revival of the historical spice route. Centuries ago, a historical spice route existed that bound India with the Roman Empire, right? With the Piraeus port, there is a historical link between the west coast of India and the Piraeus port in Greece. So this old link is being revived essentially, and it has great potential to transform the region, drive growth and development. This initiative is part of the Partnership for Global Infrastructure Investment that was launched last year by the G7 countries. The G7 have launched the PGII as a counter to China's Belt and Road Initiative. So the IMEC corridor will be primarily financed by the Partnership for Global Infrastructure Investment, which is a G7 initiative. They will primarily bring the funds and the finance needed. Other than this, a global biofuels alliance was also launched. It was launched by India, USA, and Brazil. They were the lead countries, along with other initiating countries such as Argentina, Bangladesh, Italy, Mauritius, South Africa, UAE, whereas Canada, Singapore have joined as observer countries. So they are promoting cleaner fuels through this initiative, promoting biofuel, especially second generation biofuel, second generation ethanol, which is produced from non food items, non edible items. Because first generation ethanol, mainly produced from sugarcane molasses and corn and other edible items, could threaten food security, as edible food can be diverted towards biofuel industry. It's not environmentally sensitive, sustainable as well. So second generation biofuel or 2G ethanol is more sustainable, as only the waste organic products, the food items which are going to waste, only they are diverted to biofuel industry to produce the second generation ethanol, which is then blended with petrol and diesel to reduce emissions, to tackle pollution and as well as tackle global warming. So this global biofuel alliance also has been launched as an alternative to dirty fossil fuels. So these were the two big achievements that we saw at the G20. Now, what is BRICS? We have covered so many groupings, right? Most of them were all regional groupings specific to a certain region. But BRICS is different. It's not a regional grouping, it's a multilateral organization. It obviously includes Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Now, this acronym, the acronym BRIC, was actually suggested by a top economist called Jim O'Neill, who headed Goldman Sachs, the popular investment firm. Is that clear? In 2001, Jim O'Neill published a paper for Goldman Sachs where he highlighted the top emerging economies of the world. He said Brazil, Russia, India, China, they have the maximum potential to dominate the economy of the future. He identified them as the emerging economies and gave an acronym for them called BRIC. So he was the one who first used this acronym. So based on this, a few years later, the BRIC countries, they did meet at UN General Assembly to hold their first foreign ministers meeting, because these emerging economies, they had common issues with the developed nations, the western developed countries, especially with regard to the global banking and financial architecture. All the key institutions were dominated by western countries, US and European Union. They dominated the World Bank and IMF, which were the key global financial institutions. So this is where the BRIC countries had a problem. World Bank and IMF have not been reformed. Even though emerging economies are contributing to IMF and World Bank, we're not just taking assistance from them anymore. They haven't been given adequate voting rights. The higher share and higher voting rights have been denied to emerging economies like India, China, and Brazil. Whereas all the key voting share is cornered by US and European Union. The US dominates the World Bank. Same with European Union, it dominates the IMF. So Western countries have a dominating control over these global financial institutions. So that is why the BRIC emerging economies came together to challenge the global financial architecture and reform the global financial architecture. Their primary goal was to push for reforms of World Bank and IMF and seek equal voting rights to end the domination of Western countries. And if that is not possible, their plan was to create a parallel financial architecture, a parallel architecture that would rival World Bank and IMF, which is dominated by the Western countries. So based on this, they held their first summit after the 2008 recession. The recession was largely uh, the responsibility of US and European countries. It was their economic mismanagement which had triggered the global financial crisis of 2007 2008. So following this, the first BRICS summit took place at Yekaterinburg in Russia, and it brought the leaders together, the prime ministers and presidents, the head of states, head of governments met, right? So from India, it was Prime Minister Manmohan Singh who led the initiative for establishing the BRIC. And next year, South Africa was also added to make it the BRICS. In 2010, South Africa joined as a full-time member, which made the organization into the BRICS that you know today. So this grouping has taken many initiatives, and the biggest initiative is that during the Fortaleza summit in 2015, they announced the establishment of new development bank and contingent reserve arrangement, which would counter the World Bank and the IMF. Just like World Bank provides loans and development assistance, similarly the NDB, set up by BRICS countries, which is headquartered in Shanghai, would also provide loans and development assistance to members and other countries as well. And just like IMF provides a bailout to countries facing a liquidity crisis, similarly the CRA provides liquidity support if countries face a economic crisis. The problem with organizations like IMF is that if you have to get their support and assistance, they place conditions on you. Even World Bank has the same practice. In the name of democracy, open free markets, right? They enforce Western ideas on other countries, which is a breach of the sovereignty of the other country. India has been at the receiving end of this. In 1991, when we faced the BOP crisis, the balance of payments crisis, we took support from IMF, and IMF places a lot of conditions if you're to be eligible for IMF bailout package. Right now, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, they are suffering from that. They're facing the same challenge. To get support from IMF, you have to devalue your currency. All right, that could adversely affect your economy. You need to open up your economy as well, introduce economic reforms, create a more free open market, which allows foreign companies, foreign investors to play a bigger role that could harm your domestic producers. So that is a breach of your economic sovereignty. So any help from World Bank, IMF is conditional. They always place these conditions to be first met to get assistance from them. Plus the voting issue, the voting rights issue. This is what pushed BRICS countries to form their own organizations, the NDB and the CRA. Today, NDB has become a major development institution. It has given around 30 billion worth of loans, and the member countries have equal voting rights. The founding members, at least, they have equal voting rights. The BRICS countries have contributed equally. They've all given equal capital, and they all get equal voting rights, 20% each. But NDB is now expanding. It has added new countries like Bangladesh, UAE, Egypt, and Uruguay. So even they will be eligible for development assistance, but without voting rights. They'll not get voting rights. They are not the founding members. The founding members will retain equal voting share amongst the 5 countries while giving assistance to others as well who are joining NDB. Now, during the latest BRICS summit, which was held in Johannesburg in South Africa just a few weeks ago, there was a very, very big development. The membership of BRICS itself has expanded, and 6 new countries have been admitted into the group. Is that clear? So this increases representation in the BRICS for West Asia, Africa, and South America. This is where the member countries have been chosen from. They will formally join BRICS from next year, from the start of next year. So let us see which are these new member countries which have been admitted. Please look at the map. From West Asia, it is Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates, and as well as Iran. These three West Asian powers, they have been admitted as new members. And don't forget, they are major oil producing countries. So, with the addition of Saudi, Iran, and UAE, along with Brazil and Russia, BRICS will enjoy 43% control over oil production, making it a significant group in the oil market. All right, Russia is already a major producer, Brazil is a major producer. If Saudi, Iran, UAE join, 43% of oil production will be controlled by the BRICS grouping. Now, that is a very, very big development. Along with the West Asian countries, two African countries are being added, that is Egypt, which is also a West Asian power, and Ethiopia. And from South America, it is Argentina, which is added as the new member. So now the expanded BRICS will account for 29% of the global economy, 46% of the global population, with 25% share in global exports, which makes BRICS one of the most formidable organizations. Many others have shown interest to join the group. There are many more who have applied, like Indonesia, for example, then Algeria, Angola, even Comoros, Cuba, Bolivia, Kazakhstan, and many more countries. So many countries from Asia, Africa, South America are showing interest in joining the BRICS, which could make this one of the most formidable groupings. And also, both G20 and BRICS, even though they started out as economic groupings, today they're not just restricted to economic issues. They have diversified to even look at strategic geopolitical issues as well. Now, under BRICS, there is focus on disaster management, counterterrorism. They discuss all the wars and conflicts as well. So, all geopolitical issues, including climate change, everything is discussed under BRICS. It's not just an economic grouping anymore. Same with G20. Even though it started as an economic group, it has diversified to look at all geopolitical issues and any global issue of concern. Is that clear? So, in this regard, BRICS can become very important, relevant for India. But of course, there is a drawback, there is an inherent concern. Critics, Western critics especially, they point out that BRICS is not going to survive. Or even if it survives, it will not be a major group because of the divisions amongst the members. Right? There is a major conflict between India and China over the border dispute. So how will India and China collaborate and work together? Two arch rivals with a disputed border, constant tensions, military standoffs. How will they work together? And there is a mix of democracies with autocratic governments. Like Russia, China are authoritarian countries. Now, if Saudi, Iran, UAE join, even they are authoritarian conservative countries. So how will this work? There is no commonness in their politics, in their political system, and in their ideologies. So there are a lot of internal divisions that could break the group apart. So that's why Western critics, they say that BRICS may not be very successful. But the BRICS countries, they have invested a lot of effort. They have shown a lot of progress. They have taken up some big initiatives as well. So that shows that BRICS has a future eventually, right? So now, coming to the last point, what is the nuclear doctrine of India? What is the policy that India has brought out with regard to the deployment of our nuclear weapons? That's the last point for today, and we can close the session and end the syllabus for international relations. See, as you know, India emerged as a nuclear weapon state in 1998 when we conducted the Pokhran nuclear tests. You know that we were not signing non-proliferation treaty and the comprehensive test ban treaty. This is something we have discussed through previous classes. So as we tested weapons outside of the global framework, India was treated as a rogue nuclear state, and we were targeted with sanctions, economic and technological sanctions. So after India tested nuclear weapons, Pakistan also countered within 2 weeks by conducting its own nuclear tests. So this back-to-back nuclear tests in South Asia, that too between hostile neighbors with a history of war and conflict and with active dispute, It increased tensions around the world and triggered an arms race and altered the balance of power in the region. So, at this crucial juncture, to stabilize the world and to assure the world that India is not going to misuse its nuclear arsenal, we had to come out with a doctrine. It would help streamline our nuclear strategy as well, our operational strategy. It would also lay out the principles based on which our nuclear doctrine would operate. So, the Vajpayee government brought out the nuclear doctrine, which has been fine tuned by the subsequent governments. So, under the nuclear doctrine, India has committed for building and maintaining a credible minimum deterrent. These three words are very important. Credible minimum deterrent. What does it mean? It means our nuclear weapons are only for deterrence, which is to prevent other countries from attacking us. We don't intend to use them ever. It is meant to deter the enemy, deter the other country which might attack India with nuclear weapons. Minimum, meaning we will acquire only such minimum warheads and delivery systems which is needed to secure India's interests. We will not go on building thousands of warheads and many delivery platforms. We will not build thousands of nuclear weapons. We will build only what is needed, the minimum needed. That is why India today has around just 160 to 180 warheads in its arsenal. Our primary focus is China and Pakistan. So to deter China, Pakistan, what we need, only that will be built and procured, not more than that. So 160 to 180 warheads is enough, according to India's assessment, to deter both China and Pakistan. So minimum deterrence and credible deterrence. It should be guaranteed. Because we adopted a no first use policy, meaning we will not be the first country to attack anyone with nuclear weapons. So when you have a no first use policy, you need to guarantee your second strike. You should give 100% guarantee that a second strike will happen. You need to display and prove your second strike capability. And for that, you have to achieve the nuclear triad status. I'll explain what this is. Now imagine a hypothetical scenario where, let's say, China or Pakistan, they are considering a nuclear strike on India. A war has broken out, and to crush India, to defeat India, they might consider using nuclear weapons. Now, if they were thinking on these lines, they should think about the consequences as well, right? They'll see what is India's response, what will be India's response. If they are assured that India will retaliate, India will have a guaranteed second strike, which is going to inflict unacceptable damage to the enemy, and we are going to retaliate with massive firepower. If this can be guaranteed and proven by India, then no country will dare carry out the first strike. Even if they contemplate using nuclear weapons, if they know what is the consequence, if they know that India is going to retaliate massively, designed to inflict unacceptable damage through a guaranteed second strike, then the first strike will never happen. That is the whole concept of deterrence, right? You deter the attack from happening, the first attack from happening, by building up your capabilities, by showing your retaliatory capabilities. To guarantee your second strike, you need nuclear triad status, which means you should have the ability to deliver nuclear weapons from three mediums, from land, air, and underwater. Because in a nuclear war, the enemy will target your nuclear arsenal. They will try to decapacitate your second strike capability. Imagine a hypothetical scenario where China or Pakistan have decided to use nuclear weapons on India. They are not foolish enough to just drop one nuclear bomb on India. Along with the nuclear strikes, they will target all your delivery systems to ensure that you can't retaliate. There will be no second strike on them. So they will target your land-based delivery platforms, your missiles, basically, ballistic missiles. In India, it is the Prithvi and Agni series of ballistic missiles. Land-based platforms can be detected. They will have prior intelligence regarding this. They can wipe out your land-based delivery systems. So this option may not even remain in case of a nuclear war. It might be wiped out even before you think of a second strike. In the first strike itself, the enemy would have wiped out your land-based delivery platforms. Same with air-based platforms, that is your fighter jets or bomber aircraft. We don't have any bomber aircraft, but fighter jets we do have. So Sukhoi, Mira, Jaguars, Rafale, they're all nuclear capable. They can carry nuclear weapons. They can deliver nuclear weapons. But aircrafts can also be detected in the first strike. They can be wiped out. They can be eliminated. What will truly survive a first strike is a nuclear powered submarine, which is hidden for months together underwater and carrying nuclear missiles on board. This is your nuclear triad. When you complete this, when you have this proven capability that you can launch strikes from land, air, and underwater, when you can guarantee that your nuclear arsenal can survive the first strike, that is when you achieve the triad status and you establish and display your second strike capability. Even if the enemy takes out your land and air-based delivery platforms, it will be almost impossible to detect your nuclear-powered submarines because they can remain underwater for several months, right? They operate mainly on stealth. They will survive, and still orders can be given to carry out a second strike by delivering significant damage to the enemy as well. So that is how you build your deterrence. So India has proven this by inducting the INS Arihant class nuclear powered submarines with the Sagarika series of nuclear missiles, or the K5 and the K15 ballistic missiles, which are launched from submarines, right? They can carry nuclear warheads. This is what completes our nuclear triad. We already had ballistic missiles, fighter jets as well. But now, recently, we have built up our triad status by showing that we have underwater capabilities as well. We have nuclear powered submarines carrying nuclear missiles on board. So, under the doctrine, we have guaranteed an unacceptable, massive retaliatory strike to deter the first strike. And the whole nuclear command is under the civilian leadership. The civilian political authority, particularly the Prime Minister, will have full command control of India's nuclear strategy. It's not under the military. It should never be under the military. It should be under the civilian political leadership. So, for this purpose, for command and control, a nuclear command authority has been established. There is a nuclear command authority. It comprises of a political council and an executive council. Is that clear? The political council is nothing but your cabinet committee on security, headed by the PM, assisted by all the top four cabinet ministers: defense minister, foreign or finance minister, and external affairs minister, and the home minister. So these four cabinet ministers, along with the PM, make up your cabinet committee on security. So that is the political council of nuclear command authority. All right. So PM is right at the top, the civilian elected leader. The executive council is headed by the national security advisor, with all top officials guiding and advising the political council. The NSA heads the executive council and brings all the top officials, the service chiefs of Army, Navy, Air Force, intelligence chiefs of IB and RAW, then the heads of ISRO, DRDO, Department of Atomic Energy, right? All the top secretaries, the cabinet secretary, the home secretary, finance secretary, foreign secretary, defense secretary, the CDS, the chief of defense staff. All these top officials are under the executive council under NSA. So they will aid, guide, advise the political council on what should be the nuclear options of India. But the final call will be made by the PM himself or herself. The Prime Minister will have to take the call whether India will launch nuclear strikes or not. The Prime Minister will take the final call regarding the whole operational strategy of our nuclear arsenal. Understood? No one else can influence this. They can all just provide inputs and advice, all the officials, be it civilian or military officials. Even the cabinet ministers, they can simply advise the PM. The final call rests with the PM himself. So the nuclear button rests with the PM. So the PM will be the one to operationalize the doctrine and launch a nuclear strike if ever needed. If the orders are given by the command authority, by the PM, it has to be executed by the SFC, the Strategic Forces Command, which is a tri service command that has been established. The doctrine establishes the SFC, a Strategic Forces Command, where all the nuclear assets are brought under a tri service command. All the nuclear capable aircraft, missiles, submarines with the warheads are under the command of SFC, which is headed by a commander in chief. Now it comes under the CDS, the Chief of Defense Staff, which is a newly created position, has full control over the SFC, and CDS himself is a member of the Executive Council of the Nuclear Command Authority. So if the Nuclear Command Authority ever orders a nuclear strike, if India decides to retaliate, if there is a first strike on India and we decide to retaliate, then the order comes from the PM and SFC is bound to execute the order. But the location, the number of strikes that will carry out, that will be decided by the Political Executive Council. They'll deliberate on it. They'll finally present an option which has to be approved by the PM. Once approved, SFC is blindly bound to execute the orders. So a very robust command control architecture has been created, and it accounts for all eventualities. There is a possibility your leadership might be wiped out in the first strike. The first strike might take out your command authority. There will be no NCA to execute the second strike. Even those eventualities will be accounted. Those redundancies will be built into the system. Even if the top leaders, officials are taken out, there will be a precedence, an order of precedence which will kick in, which remains highly classified. This is not available publicly. We don't know what is the order of precedence. If, let's say, PM is incapacitated, or the next in line for PM is incapacitated, there's no one to take the decision, right? In such case of exigencies, there is a order of precedence which is provided. Accordingly, the orders will proceed through the NCA. It's a very robust command control system with very secure encrypted communication that has been provided. All right. The last point, under the doctrine, we have promised never to use nuclear weapons in any context against non-nuclear weapon states. Meaning, our second strike will only be on nuclear weapon states. But however, if there is a major attack on India using biological chemical weapons, then India will reserve the option of using nuclear weapons. Even if chemical biological weapons are used to cause a major attack on India, we will not hesitate from using the nuclear option. And very strict protocols have been laid. Strict protocols and command structure has been laid down and established with a commitment for a non-discriminatory nuclear disarmament around the world. India has a vision to rid the world of nuclear weapons, and we have shown that commitment as well. We have said if there is a non-discriminatory approach where all the major nuclear states will disarm simultaneously in a fair manner, then we are also ready to disarm. But this is too idealistic. It may never happen. But at least we have stated this out, and the clear controls and protocols are laid out. We will continue to adhere by the Fissile Material Cutoff Treaty. India has said we will continue the strict control on export of nuclear material, missile material, and all technologies as per the Fissile Material Cutoff Treaty negotiations, right? Which basically meant that we will abide by export control regimes like MTCR, then NSG, Australia Group, Wassenaar Arrangement, and the others. Essentially, will not leak nuclear material, nuclear secrets, and missile technology to others. So these were the commitments given by India under its nuclear doctrine. So there have been suggestions that we should revisit this. We should revisit the no first use policy, especially given the threat posed by China and Pakistan. Many suggest that we should remove this just to build the deterrence. But many argue that by doing that, if you remove the no first use option, it shows that India is being more aggressive. It could harm our global image. It could create many issues with other countries as well, like Japan, South American countries, African countries. They're all committed strongly to nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation treaty. Any such aggression could affect our ties with many friendly countries. So India decides to keep the doctrine as it is. This is the nuclear structure we have, and it does have a major bearing on our foreign policy, right? So this is something you should know as we conclude the syllabus for international relations. So let me look at some questions for a few minutes and we can wrap up for today. Next, we'll meet on Monday. We'll have a doubt session on Monday. The same time, 6 to 9:30. I hope you guys have sent all your doubts. If you haven't, please send it. Mention the subject name in the title in the subject, and we will pick up all those doubts on Monday. Now, let's see if there are any questions specific to this topic. Do we have IR class on Monday? Yes, I just told you. Monday we'll have the last doubt session. The syllabus is completed, but we'll have the doubt session. What is Gujral Doctrine? Gujral Doctrine was a foreign policy doctrine laid out by I.K. Gujral, the former Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of India. It was brought out in the 1990s, and it laid a vision for India in as far as its neighborhood policy was concerned. All right, there are 5 principles in Gujral Doctrine, but it's a very old historical topic. It's not relevant for the exam today. UPSC has asked a question already. The question has already come. So that's why I'm saying it's not relevant now. The question on Gujral Doctrine will not repeat. So don't waste your time. Just go through it if you want. There are basic principles like we will respect the sovereignty of all our neighbors. We'll promise not to interfere in our neighboring countries. Right? We'll not use our soil to threaten our neighbors. We'll give assistance to our neighbors with goodwill without expecting anything in return. We'll settle all disputes through talks and negotiations. So these are the basic principles of Gujral Doctrine. All right. There are pros and cons to it. Some provisions are relevant even today, and there are some provisions which had an impact, adverse impact on our foreign policy. But as I told you, it's an old topic. Question has already come. A mains question has come on it many years ago, so it will not be asked again. So don't just go through the topic. You can just take a look, take a glance, but don't study or focus too much on it. Danya is asking CTBT full form. CTBT stands for Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty. It basically bans nuclear testing. Sanskar is asking, should I memorize the details of Delhi Declaration? No, I told you. Don't go into the details of Delhi Declaration, not needed. It will become too specific. UPSC will not ask about it. All right. Okay, last question. Anshu is asking, what do you mean by Strategic Forces Command? You'll study more about this in internal security, but just to give you a better idea, it's a tri-service military organization. It has soldiers from Indian Army, Navy, and Air Force, and all the nuclear assets of India are under the command of SFC. All right, all our ballistic missiles, your fighter jets, specially equipped for nuclear warheads, and your nuclear submarines, Aryan class, they're all under the command of SFC, Strategic Forces Command. So it looks after, maintains, and operationalizes our nuclear options. So if it gets orders from NCA, from the Prime Minister heading the NCA to strike, to carry out a nuclear strike, it is SFC which will execute the orders. It's a tri-service command formed by the 3 armed forces. Vanshika is asking why Finland, other countries are called Nordic countries. The region is called Nordic. From it goes back to the Nord stream that exists there. The Nord, that's a cultural reference as well, or to the Scandinavian region, right? So that is the term which has been associated with that region, the Nord region or the Nordic region. How China became so powerful to become a permanent member in early days? Because in 1945, right, the most major country in Asia was China. Japan was Axis power. It was a fascist country committing atrocities, right? So China was the most eligible at that point, even compared to India. India was struggling with, we were not even independent at that point in time. And also China, please understand, it was not PRC. Please understand this. People's Republic of China came later. Before PRC, the permanent seat to China was with Republic of China, which today is in Taiwan. All right. So the permanent seat went to Republic of China, not to PRC. It was later that PRC took over that seat from Republic of China. All right. So guys, these were the questions. Let's end the session here today. We have completed the entire IR syllabus. All the required topics are covered. Now it's all about covering current affairs. All right. So Monday we'll meet again. We'll discuss some PYQs as well. I'll bring the PYQ questions. We'll look at some questions. I'll take up all your doubts, and please focus on current affairs going forward. This subject is very dynamic. Everything might change. Things may not be as it is today. Correct? So please be in touch with the current affairs portion. I hope you guys have liked all the sessions. I hope you guys have understood everything. Do let me know how the class went. A feedback form will also be shared with you. Do let us know the feedback. Right? So that's it from my side. Thanks for watching. I'll see you on Monday for the doubt session.